Welcome everybody back to Forgotten Genesis Season 2, Session 109. Couldn't come up with a good working session title, so we're just calling it Easter Dice Time, because it's Easter today.
I love you. Hi. I know they can see me. Hello, Guinea. Say hi to the guinea pig, guys. Dulce.
Lair.
Dulce.
Hi.
Now, because of the altogether sort of improvised timing of this session, it's not designed to be one that's overly complicated, nor one that's necessarily full length. It's going to be, for the most part, a shorter one. That said, same rules as normal still apply. So, let's get into recaps of last week's session first of all. Because why not?
Angel got flustered talking to a time god and went to bed. That's it.
Yeah.
Let me see if I have any notes.
Look how majestic she is. Look at the majesty. Majestic child.
Forgotten Genesis.
Oh, my guinea pigs are so majestic. They're so majestic. They're like the tiny corgis of the rodent world.
So, we got a bunch of pieces for a map, and Avery put them all together. It took him several hours.
Pieces? Okay.
We went to the Hall of Timor. Avery strangely didn't feel very disoriented, despite it being a place most people do feel disoriented in. We got pendants of temporal stabilization to allow us to explore tempo without, slipping into the far future. Got a broken pen. And we gotta be careful with those because they can break if we push them too much. We were told that tempo is composed of about 11 different outposts and some leftover pockets of rural villages.
You can.
And then, over long rest, Avery made some headway on Aegis's new chain blade.
Yes, indeed.
Oh my god, guys, look.
Doing your hair.
It's okay, they all do that. They all eat mommy's hair. It's jam. It's tasty. That's why. It looks like hay.
All right. And then finally the recap from Vinestra as well.
Look at you. Look at you, big girl.
Angel discussed stuff with the time god. Angel went to bed. The others did some preparations to go to the Rusted Peaks, including Tempo, but we agreed to kill the time hag first, so that she didn't break free while being in Tempo. For obvious reasons, we're 99.9999% unlikely to do the time hag fight today, as short, non-complex session. Next session. Got temporal necklaces of stabilization to use. They can break. Piper also gained an electrical new minion. A new Duchess, Duke. Duchess, really.
It's a fluffy baby. It's a fluffy baby. She's a good girl. Take a nap? Right there? Oh, There's so much movement. You don't know any of these people. Except for probably Joe.
And that was from the shadow fucker who enjoys fucking with Angel. Yep. All right. I'd say everybody gets their inspiration die pretty much for that. Now then, I'd say with that, as the night kind of winds down and winds through, and the morning reaches the lot of you, you're on 𝕲𝖊𝖓 5th. What would the three of you like to do?
Vinestra said, "Are we gonna do the roleplay question?"
Oh shit, yes. Hold on.
I'm really kind of just here to make some rolls if you need them, and just kind of passively take in some information. I'm too fucking drained to like really get into it.
Okay, that's a fun one. I don't think I've rolled that one yet.
I could do the roleplay question though.
We'll start with Angel, move it to Violet, move it to Avery after that, and then on to Vanessa, of course. Where does your character see themselves in 20 years?
Thought we'd done this one before.
We might. But of course, these answers can always sometimes change. If we rolled this one before, I'll roll again just in case. Definitely rolled that one already. Definitely rolled that one already. Rolled that one a few times, I think.
We can do the 20 years one if you want. I wasn't trying to complain about it.
No.
It was a note.
I've gone through so many sessions in this campaign that it's likely that I may have entirely exhausted this list, but even still, I will see if there's anything that perhaps we haven't done. Okay. That one I don't think I've rolled. We'll start with Angel. What television, book, video game, etc. character would Angel be best friends with?
It's a loaded question for a gamer, Joe.
Yeah, it is. And it's supposed to get your mind running in preparation for the roleplay, so you better have an answer.
Gino, I guess.
Gino.
Mm-hmm.
Which Gino? Because there's a few characters named Gino.
Gino from Super Mario RPG.
All right. Same question then, of course, for Violet.
The main character from Super Monkey Island.
Fair enough.
Not the one from Deponia, because he's annoying.
Yeah. Moving that question on then to Avery.
I was thinking... My first thought was the main character of Pacific Rim, whose name I'm blanking on right now. But the only similarity there is that they're both mech pilots.
You comfy? You
Cunning
comfy?
bloke.
You just got closer and got comfy. You comfy?
Ooh,
I'm sorry.
maybe. Okay, I'll say this. I'm not sure if this is accurate, if they'd actually get along or not. Percival, from Roll20's thing, Legends of 𝕱𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖘𝖎.
Best friends with
Oh,
Percy.
that's a dark one. Percy? No mercy, Percy?
Interesting.
Oh my god. Okay.
The father of the firearm in one fantasy setting, of course.
You're so freaking cute.
All right. Moving that question forward then
What was
to Venestra.
His last name was Whitethorn.
𝕱𝖊𝖓.
Yeah, why?
Derolo.
It was Derolo.
Oh,
He's
Derolo
Derolo.
of Whitethorn.
Of Whitestone.
A white stone.
Okay.
I'm wearing a white stone shirt.
Vinestra said the roll.
The roll.
I don't know if you can see. She just keeps kissing me and then finding a spot to nap and then lays. This is the kind of pig she is.
Sweet, sweet.
That's why we call her Dulce. We call her Dulce for this, because she just finds a spot to sit, snuggles herself down, watches whatever I'm watching. Yeah. Do you want me to put some show on for you?
For V, she'd probably get along with a character named 𝕲𝖓𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓.
What you doing? Where you going?
Might we have context for who that character is?
You said video game characters.
Yeah.
And you said book, game, or television.
Book, game, television, etc.
Yeah. So what, like, fictional character?
Book characters? We'll talk book characters. That's a long list, Joe. That's too long of a list for me. We're gonna see. You gotta pick one.
Then you pick one. He gives
A
you
Final
options. If you
Fantasy
wanna
14
impose
character.
arbitrary
Gotcha.
limits on yourself, you can.
You can absolutely impose limits on the question on yourself. It is broad to make you think.
No, broad is sometimes bad for somebody with my issues.
True.
Mm-hmm.
That's why some of the first scoping mechanisms we learn are chunking.
So, I'd say everybody provided some fairly decent answers. That makes for 2 inspiration die each. No.
Where are you gonna go? Gonna go, baby?
As the
If I
morning
had Leon
greets
up
the
here,
lot
we'd
of
be all over
you,
the place.
with the early
Sorry,
crack of
sorry,
dawn
Joe.
and the stresses of morning ahead, still, I believe, present in the city of 𝕲𝖓𝖓𝖓. You all are afforded some time to plan with each other, possibly go and get more supplies, work on things accordingly to help advance yourselves. In the meantime, this is, by and large, a morning where preparation is the name of the game, even if that just means social preparation amongst each other to get on the same page.
That's what she's making noise for. Hold on, she's gotta pee.
Ah.
She's
You don't
making
want her
that,
to do that
"I
on your
gotta
chest?
go." I understand it's a rite of passage, but I don't want to scare her.
True.
She's already done it once, and that's fine.
You're not a pet owner if your pet, no matter what kind it is, hasn't pissed on you at least once.
It's kind of a rite of passage. With guinea pigs, it means that they're comfy.
Kind of a wild thing getting covered in iguana piss, I'll tell you what.
You told me that story.
Yeah.
Who wants their turn next? Everybody else is napping. I'm not doing that. Oh, we're all napping. So Mama's gonna take a nap. Everybody's taking a nap. It's an afternoon nap time.
I haven't updated my planner whiteboard since July.
Well, we're gonna have to do that, Joe.
The week of July 7th through 13th was the last time I fucked with that thing.
Well, we can fix it.
I think the day after, just a massive depression spike hit and didn't let go. But hey, shit happens.
It's okay. Yeah, it's this. We're on our way to go get coffee.
Coffee.
I'll make some. I'm gonna bring back some carrots, and it's gonna be loud in my room for a hot minute. Move it to dry. Don't take it out of the room. Alright, so where are we at? I would say that as far as Angel's concerned, she's gonna wake up late. She's just
Later
too
than that.
tired.
All right. In which
Yeah,
case, then
Not even later
Angel's
than normal, maybe up at noon.
Angel's normal 4 a.m. rise to start taking care of the kids. Largely gets handled by
That's
Nick.
happening despite it. It's happening despite it. She's getting up, doing the thing, and going back to bed.
Okay. In which case, then, any alternate routines in the meantime are initially handled by Nick. With a small, kind of respectful kiss on your forehead before he then begins to take over some of your chore load.
She also looks at Nicodemus. She says, I have that meeting at noon. Wake me up.
I'll wake you up at 11:15 so that you have enough time to snap out of it.
Not at noon.
Not at noon.
I
If the
said-
meeting is at
I
noon,
could-
you waking up at noon is not a good idea.
Will there be chocolate and coffee involved?
There will be
Is
one
there
of
a
those.
reason
There
for
will be
me-
both if you're good.
Man, I have to be good. But I'm always
That you
good.
do.
Violet is off with her grandparents, shopping in Mercast as she was doing yesterday.
Yeah.
She was enjoying herself. So she's kind of on vacation right now. She's taking this as vacation day. She's walking around in barefoot socks and kind of like watching some type of elf play or something.
Yeah. During this month, in a couple of weeks, the Festival of 𝕲𝖓 will begin. As such, some sort of preemptive festivities are beginning to start. People are decorating ahead of time, much like people will decorate ahead of time for holidays like Christmas and what have you. There are bright and sort of fiery decorations, heavier sort of expansions on lanterns that people are starting to prop up as they're kind of already taking down their sort of festival of knowledge decorations and immediately kind of just starting to set up for this very emblazoned holiday. There's candles, lanterns, things that are beginning to just kind of steadily dot in higher and higher concentration outside of businesses and houses alike. Not so much that there will be during the actual celebration, of course, but the beginnings of that swelling are steadily occurring.
DM, have they started putting the gladiatorial options for people? Like the main gladiators that are going to be in the showing this time?
Yeah, summer festivals especially are bigger on combative celebration as well. While they are not as present somewhere in Mercast, for example, because especially Dark Intentions can sometimes just momentarily slip in the bloodlusted moments of battle.
No. We lose gladiatorial stuff as it slipped this far up, considering that they would be broadcasting it.
Right. There are invitations, pigeons, and ravens, and all sorts of messenger birds that have been kind of
Mhm.
flying in for advertisements for various different ones kind of scattered about. Particularly various different sort of engagements scattered about in the country of 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓, given that that is where 𝕲𝖊𝖓 is based. Apparently, 𝕲𝖓𝖓 really, really likes to get into it, but then, of course, there's a higher concentration, at least today, that you've seen have been some missives from Carter's Landing, which, to be fair, it's a trade town. It's where a lot of people go in and out, hence even its name being what it is. But that being said, it being a massive thoroughfare for a lot of entertainment-oriented fights, particularly during wartime, seems a little out of character for it. But, I mean, it's wartime, so a lot of places may be acting out of character for the sake of granting more common populations some kind of mental escapism, even if it's just observing this in a more contained environment.
Should we take some of those as possible threat areas as well, considering that's also just another way to profit off of war?
Well, I would say roll me a let's call this a
Joe,
wisdom check.
Joe, let me get my coffee. They make
Sure.
me do a roll. Let me get my coffee.
In which case, then, whenever you're ready, we'll have that.
It was just a thought because it made sense to my character.
Yeah.
Considering she is a barbarian, so we're drinking some barbarian coffee this afternoon.
In which case, then we'll call that a wisdom check once you have access to your dice to kind of see if you can kind of infer part of why some of these are being set up the way they are. And therein also where threats, if any, might be directed toward them.
I would also like to look into if it's another way to get rid of the amount of slaves that they have hidden in different locations. As a secondary thought process for Violet, so.
Yeah, I'd say we'll have that be a second roll, and that'll be based on the result of the first.
Okay. I'm walking back across the house. I was supposed to get carrots. I'll get carrots in my next round. Not yet. I just walked in. Okay, I'll go get him. I know we got some. Mom got us some. Mom was really nice to us today. I think she was really surprised that I sold so much pottery. Bits. Children are so let's see. Violet's. Let's see. Here's paradise right here before I go and grab my tall ones.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, my throat sounds like rockerous pain. We've been saying all week this week. I'm saying 18.
Okay, 18
plus,
for the initial wisdom check, plus...
No, plus 12. Plus 12.
Plus 12, okay, 30. Yeah, so initially kind of on reading it, thinking about it, and thinking about where these are positioned, most of the advertisements that are flying in, whether on pigeon or other sort of carrier animals, these are around townships and sort of lesser cities that are not close to the war front for the most part. These are in more centralized places away from conflict, though you're noting that in some townships like 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓, which are, to be fair, closer to it, they are still hosting some of these, though notably it is with the pretense under these advertisements of good performance may be seen as an avenue toward being drafted. So it's performance evaluation, at least for Warcast, with of course, the rest of them, for the most part, just being entertainment by and large. But of course, there's also recruitment missives being sent in just as much as the entertainment missives and things like that that are more in line with the holiday. Some of which are very clearly emblazoned with propaganda of, do you want to make sure everyone still has a joyous hut as fuck? Join the war front to make sure the conflict doesn't bleed over into the celebration. It's variations on that kind of phrasing.
Violet's gonna go upstairs and knock on Angel's door.
Yeah.
I'm bringing all these pamphlets with her.
Yeah. To
Considering
which,
she got offers.
on that 30, I will say
And
roll
who
me
got
a
offers?
wisdom with insight to go ahead and see if you can read into anything that might be an offloading of slave caravans or anything like that.
Can I have some assistance from Halcyon since he's reading over the stuff from Sommerell while I'm reading over this stuff from here?
You already have advantage from your previous 30.
$18 plus 12.
Okay. Yeah, another 30. Particularly in Sablehearth, especially in being ruled by a fucking steel dragon in 𝕲𝖓 the Quiet. Any sort of rotation of servants, or indentured servitude or slavery of any kind being taken advantage of within at least these borders does not seem to be apparent in any form on any of these pages.
I'm talking about Sommerell, or if we're looking into other places, considering that Halcyon would be getting stuff from Sommerell, and I would be getting stuff from the north, and stuff from Lilu, if I was getting pamphlets, basically Violet stuff.
Yeah. As far as the rotation of pamphlets from places more like Sommerell, that's less to do with fighting engagements and that kind of entertainment, and more so their sales advertisements, wine sales, that kind of thing, physical imbibements, and that kind of thing to serve as celebratory distractions. Anything from Sommerell seems to be at the moment mostly focused on exports and profiting off of people's anxiety.
Has Halcyon gotten any from the main council of elves?
Halcyon hasn't received
Considering
anything.
Because his mother basically died.
Yeah. Halcyon has notably, and I mean notably, not received anything.
She's gonna look over at Halcyon and go, is there a reason why you don't have any type of mail?
You'd think I would have gotten something by now.
Which one of your cousins would have taken over for you if you weren't in-house?
Which one?
Which one? Because you should have gotten something from by the elf council. Considering my grandmother, she's staying with her grandmother at breakfast.
It would be easier to say which ones wouldn't.
So do we need to go lay down some law, considering I'm 3 times their size?
Not yet. Right now, I'd say let them cannibalize themselves.
She looks over at Halcyon. I don't have time, but when we start this war and I get busy, we have time today to cause a little bit of a ruckus.
And I'm going to say, let them cannibalize themselves also because the DM does not have a Halcyon section prepped right now.
Oh, okay. Angel's going to want to know if she can speak to the Elf Council, and because you have the pool, and Gran has the pool, we might want to have that discussion. I know that my family has pool. She's looking at her grandmother from across the dinner table, like breakfast table, and like she's wearing really cute bunny slippers, and she looks like a little kid who's just had like all of her family near her, and she's like looking at her granddad, and she's passing. He's reading the paper, and she's drinking some coffee on the other end.
Yeah, your grandmother and grandfather, their attention is mostly just kind of locked on each other at the moment.
Can Gran, tell me, when does the Elf Council meet? Because I need to at least let them know that Angel wants to get in touch with them. And I know that you're part of it. I'm not crazy.
When do they meet? Their next meeting should be...
It should have been right before 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖘, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. It will be actually right before 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖘. Actually, a few days sooner than they normally plan, given that there are some... with some presumed evidence of some oncoming meteor showers. On the 10th and 11th, that is likely going to be the span of their meeting time. It will be a whole 3 to 4 days before 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖘, but...
Can you reach out and have them call us on the Fae phone? I would like Angel at least to get acquainted.
Given that they are
Before
not
the meeting.
organized at the moment, my best reach will be to call one of them.
Just one. This war needs to not spread completely into Sommerl, and it can't. It's not by geolocation, but by Amora's writing. It's the one thing that her dead did.
I suspect that's why most of what Sommerilla is sending out is just profit-oriented.
Why? Because they're afraid of Amora?
No. Because they're not concerned with getting involved with the actual conflict.
It's supposed to be the consort battleship to protect everyone. They were made to be a light beacon. She hands she pulls out Amora's diary, what is a rewritten version of the diary, and hands her the diary. She's had such a fondness for the elves. She protected them. Because they protected the Cavus. They protected the dragons that lived along that coast, and a lot of the dragons that lived along that coast were metallics. And crystal. There's only one blue dragon in that sea, and they died.
I'll see who I can get in touch with.
I'd like to have something for Angel by the time it's meeting time, if we could, at noon-ish. I know it's early. Right now it's about 6. So, but we have time to go shopping still before you guys have to go home.
True. While she goes ahead to get that prepped, we're going to go ahead and rotate things around here. Nestra. As you rise in the morning, what are you looking to get done or get through today? In the meantime, I'm going to roll to see which sort of council member Violet's grandmother manages to link up with. Let's see here.
Vinestra said, "Good timing, sent you what V and Amira are up to."
Okay.
I think I need better bags. I think I ended up with half. Ow! Don't touch your nose. That's where there's... Oh, sunburn sucks so much when it's on your face.
Yeah.
I wish I had aloe vera. I wish for aloe vera. But I know that 𝕱𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓 used it all. Either that or Dora took it to her house, and then after I bought that huge bottle.
Okay, sending simulacrums out on mostly militant heroics missions. And then also doing some information plumbing. Okay. I want you to go ahead and roll me a percentile for how well those heroics go for your simulacrum, and then go ahead and roll me a separate percentile here. We're looking for some disparates.
I wish I had aloe vera. One day I will find it. Skin is on fire.
Yeah, it's not great.
It'll be fine. I keep telling myself.
𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓 said 96 for heroics, 42 for the knowledge.
Okay, both of those went remarkably well. And with that, actually... Okay. Now, let me be perfectly clear as far as the knowledge plumbing. Is this you, Venestra and Amira, you've physically gone out to find these things, or have you done, or is this you doing book research? Because this will change kind of how I orient this.
Going out.
Going out, okay. All right. So, this form of kind of trying to change and expand your magical influence is a little unusual. It's not perfectly in line with the discipline you've taken. And it has taken a good bit of almost stretching of your own psyche to begin to kind of fully understand the type of reach that you're trying to do, and especially in kind of reaching out for disparate minds, for people that are trying to look for freedom, for trying to look for sort of a disconnect from fated paths. You and Amira, in an almost trance-like state in your walk, just kind of wander around looking for errant cults of disjointed ideas and broken people seem to grow in number, particularly around wartime. Desperate people grow in number, and people looking to take advantage of desperate people so too grow that much more. It's almost in snapping out of a haze, and I'm going to go ahead and change the music here. It's almost in snapping out of a haze that you and Amira find yourselves standing in a cave system. It's a little too high for the Underdark, a little too deep to be somewhere close to the surface. The air is thick here, musty. There's old dust and aroma in this place. Old influence, old whispers from rituals made by long-forgotten gatherings of people. As you walk around and let your eyes adjust, you can hear a distinctive crunch beneath your feet, looking down not to find gravel, but scattered bones and rags of the long-forgotten ages. One such somewhat completed skeleton, however, What's left of its arm and hand seems to be clutched around what's left of a rough-hewn stone tablet, through which as much is etched into it text of some forgotten language, as much as it is almost looking like the text is made of bite marks and eyeballs, carved into the very stone. Being as careful as you can to collect it. Oop.
You checking?
𝕲𝖓 said Amira would carefully go about collecting said tablet to preserve it and not touch it using mage hand.
All right. Upon collecting the tablet, even just with mage hand, there's a sort of mess of whispers that begin to almost radiate off of it, and sort of echo across the formations of the cavern structure in here. As it bounces around, you can see bits of dust from stalactites kind of disturb and fall away, revealing more so crystalline structures than anything else in this cavern. More and more whispers echoing outward and echoing outward and echoing outward to find yourself standing within a massive geode. Smoky quartz to the best of your observation, but the smoke itself seems to almost move. In the presence of each and every one of these whispers. This tablet isn't of Velix make, nor anything of a mind flayer or of that variety of aberrant. You know what you came here to look for. You know what thought processes you sought out and cast out like a net while going for your walk. You didn't expect to find corpses, but questions. There await some very interesting and possibly very dangerous answers etched into this stone. You swear you could
cool
almost
story.
feel yourself salivate.
Hey Joe, Dulce, listening to your storytelling, stop for a minute and looked at you, look at the phone, and then look back at her food, and then look back at the phone. It's like, it's spoopy, Mom.
The type of knowledge buried in that stone, whenever you go to retrieve it, isn't about something mortal understanding what's etched into that stone. It's about something that has been far from it, that decided to record its ideas. So how you're going to reconcile that, we'll find that out later.
Evie's around a vibe.
𝕲𝖓 said Vi is going to collect the dead as well to give them burial, final rests, and I going to vibe check to try and decipher, understand it fully.
Absolutely. In terms of gathering the dead and setting them to burial, you collect, as far as scattered remains, what amounts to be 7 eventually fully completed skeletons. As much time has passed with much of these remains, nothing has fully crumbled to dust on any of them, and most of their skeletal structures are retained. They all seem, for the most part, human. With the exception of some strange oddities in their skeletal structure, there seem to be almost jaws in place of the separation, and ribs in some places, as well as eye sockets where otherwise there would be joint lines for where their limbs would go, but otherwise it matches the same skeletal structure as you lay them to rest. In doing so, notably, some of the soil where they are laid to rest further sort of distorts and disturbs itself, almost like a patterning out around each of the bodies, like a spiraled out, maddened Zen garden, before it settles out 7 feet away from each of the bodies. Go ahead and roll me that vibe check.
Vinestra said nat 20 for a total of 30, did have to use inspiration.
That's what it's there for. So, all right, for a total of 30. Trying to look at the tablet and understand it just from observation, it's difficult. It's difficult to decipher any proper or understandable language. Sure, there's languages like Quarry and things like that that mind flayers use, that things of aberrant sort of mental capacity can sort of learn to understand, but that's not quite what this is. It is sort of a raw imprint of intention of something stranger. And so it is in that you stop kind of trying to understand the text and more so almost try to understand the pattern laid on the stone, like the disjointed pattern of a thought process, like a series of ideas, like the jumbled line of dissociations of someone with a disorder, and then a hyperfocus and a hyperfixation and hyperfixation and hyperfixation and hyperfixation, and you realize that loop is starting to cling to your brain. Obsession. Possessiveness. Possessiveness. Greed. This tablet is yours. 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 And your mind is starting to echo the thoughts of the one who created it before you have to resettle and recenter yourself. And you realize as that obsession kind of takes root, what is on this tablet here is, in a sense, malleable. You can change the nature of the obsession, the nature of the intention. Greed is written into every grain of this stone. And you can change what is here. But in order to do it, a full dissociation must occur. Not just from what is written here, but a dissociation from yourself, and a plunging fully, mentally, soulfully, into just that idea. But in that there is flexibility, and there is power, and there is something in that sort of anti-enlightenment almost. That carries a weight of impossible size. And you're starting, even if just a little, to understand how that feels. That's what you get on that nat 25 check. And I'd say as you were able to make your walk back from wherever this place is to Marquest or wherever your friends are, it's a good place to shift the scene back to them. So Avery, I believe you were busy just kind of working more on Aegis, which I believe, as I mentioned, you were going to be pretty much done with that chain blade by the time you guys decided to go to the Rusted Peaks. If otherwise you're just here to... Is there anything specific you want to go ahead and get knocked out in the meantime otherwise? As you do have kind of that bare morning to work.
I mean, if after I finish that I still have some free time, damn, I didn't think.
This is less in so far as like having something extra to do, as much as is like you have enough room to do a little bit of multitasking.
If I can upgrade any of Aegis's or my stats, like, just be somewhat productive on us somehow.
You'd have to find somebody to do it.
Yeah,
That's a train quote.
Yeah, training requires a person to do it with usually. Whether that's training a base stat or training anything like that. That said, you can absolutely find someone to do it depending on what you're working on.
I don't know. So we're going to fight a time hag. Entails time stuff.
Wisdom and intelligence, usually.
I don't...
It's a wisdom and intelligence stat.
I think, let me pull up my sheet. I think my perception is lacking. I'd like to gain.
Okay, wisdom would be what you work on.
Let me double check.
You can also choose to specifically focus on the skill if you don't want to bump the stat itself. Let me go ahead and double check what
Yep.
Here. I'm watching you. Sorry, somebody's trying to bite bars right now.
Ah.
Don't start the song of your people.
Starling.
I understand that's how PHO made the song of our people, but that's not how the song works.
𝕲𝖓 said, important question. Does Avery just need glasses to help with perception?
You know, he only has a +3. I mean, it's not as bad as his acrobatics. His acrobatics is just +1.
Angel does have an optometrist on staff. On staff?
We do have one on staff.
I can use words. Good
But
Lord.
that's because she has kids who are blind, and then she has some of the kids who have like really bad eyesight because they're bats.
Avery's not supposed to be super athletic. That's Aegis's job, so I will go with perception increase. I'd like it if I could get proficiency with perception.
That takes more than 1 day. That takes 5 days. Joe told me it takes 5 days.
Yeah,
which is just increase the wisdom stat by 1 because that would bump it up by 1. Because I'm at 17, so 18 would bring me up to from 3 to 4 modifier. Yeah.
Which, to be fair, this is a really simplified version of the normal D&D training rules, which requires 250 in-game days. And no.
Yeah, we had to make some exceptionally high rolls, though. It was technically 10 days, and then if you up it by basically what you get, it's 5 days. But, like, I know that Angel got some accelerated stuff because every time I rolled, it did really well. So apparently I can learn really things because of my jack-of-all-trades situation. I pick up traits like crazy. But I have to actually spend time learning them. So sometimes even I'm learning them in my sleep, which is a hassle for my character.
Yeah.
So
if I were to use normal training rules, it would be probably like a school-themed game. You know, where it's like, okay, 8 straight months of downtime is normal.
Yes. So, which NPC would he use for wisdom? I mean, the only one I can think of is probably Griffin or Ben.
No,
Ben has a decent wisdom stat.
honestly, for training it, you're going to be looking for
Zeus.
characters where wisdom is their main statistic. For Zeus, for
That's what I'm
Ben, for
saying,
Griffin,
Zeus.
intelligence is their main deal, as they are wizards in those capacities.
Mhm.
For wisdom, it'll be someone like druids, clerics, that kind of thing. Optionally, even monks could feasibly do it if their wisdom was somehow higher than their dexterity.
Blue is extremely high wisdom.
Is her wisdom higher than her dex?
No,
No. So,
it's her second highest stat, though.
yeah.
If we're talking about the highest stat for far as druidic, would probably be Angel's Kid. Knock it off, or Zarissa. Oh, she's a rogue. Never mind.
Zarissa's a rogue. Piper would be viable here, but
Yes, but Piper's busy.
Piper's not here.
Piper is not here. which is
Piper
the caveat
busy.
there.
I'm gonna say for this day, the kids decided to catch some type of flu by getting into her jars.
Vinestra said, "Did T posing people blink?"
I'm
No.
gonna say no.
That I'm saying, for all sake of things, Piper is busy handling the children who have decided to get into her flu jars and have caught some rare type of flu.
That said, you can also look for someone around Merkest who might be able to provide you this training. That'll
You do
require
have somebody in the household. You do have 2 people in the household, technically.
Mhm.
Violet's grandfather is a druid.
That's also an option. You could go for Violet's grandfather and interrupt Violet's shopping trip. As far as plumbing
She wouldn't
for
hate
normal,
that. She's got a couple of things to do.
as far as plumbing normal NPCs though, for it, that involves paying them money. So there's that.
I don't think you would have to with her grandfather, considering
That's why I
he hasn't
expressed
done anything in a
plumbing
while.
normal NPCs. That's like the normal downtime training setup. Like, we're gonna find somebody in this broad city who knows how to help me learn this thing, and then there's rules for like how much you have to pay them for their time.
There's also there's also Violet's child, who is Hendra's baby. Hendra's baby is also a druid. The Ent is a druid.
Yeah. So you got a couple of options. You could do one of Violet or one of Angel's kids. You could also do Violet's grandfather.
Violet's father. Yeah.
Do it with Violet's grandfather.
All right.
He's really old.
What's his deal? Is he a cleric of some
He's
sort?
a druid.
He's a druid.
He's a druid. He's not even a regular druid. He's one of those really, really old druids who live forever.
The other options were one of Angel's kids and...
Yeah. Her name is Ume, I think. Somewhere quickly.
Something
or
like
Yumi.
that.
Hold on. I've got it here somewhere. Oh. It's in the same grouping. Now cover out the same grouping. This is the right grouping. This is where we're at.
And was there a third
It's
option?
Nope, there's just the 2 options in house right now, because Piper is out of bounds right now.
Yeah.
Right,
there
yeah.
are extra bonuses to getting training from a player character, as it's active effort there on 2 fronts, but that player character in question is not active at the moment. It's fine.
Right.
It's 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖏𝑘𝖎 is who you're looking for.
I might
𝕲𝖊𝖓𝑘𝖎.
just pass and do something else until Piper's ready. I'm here.
That's totally fine. Let me double check. There are other downtime activities for other types of shit you can do as well. So let's see.
Andrew here.
Let's see. I'm pretty sure I saved a document for this shit, didn't I? I don't think I did.
What if I do some weight training?
Some strength training.
Yeah, some strength training.
There are so many barbarians in this house.
But would they be able to walk me through the most efficient way to lift weights? Because I feel like they just lift them as hard as they can.
No.
Yeah.
No. They wouldn't.
Form
they would probably teach you the
exists
right
so that
way
you don't hurt yourself.
so you don't hurt yourself.
And
Even Violet knows that. Violet's a barbarian, naturally born barbarian. She wouldn't say no to. I'm letting you know, she wouldn't say no to her grandfather training you, who's a druid who's been around for forever. She wouldn't say no to training you for strength training because she probably needs to work on her stuff on her own.
And yeah, I think I want to get at least. I want a little bit of training for
okay.
Okay.
In which case, then
Vinestra said Vi knows that too. I think
Yeah, she
Brick
did.
just gave us the meeting for the day. Gym session.
Good God.
All right. If you're doing weights training, that'll have to be with a character who has strength as their main statistic. That could. Yeah, that could be. I think that could be Violet. That could also be. Vinestra, maybe.
Blue.
I'm not sure. Blue.
Blue has her 2 strongest traits are strength and dexterity.
Okay.
Her 3rd one is or an arcana.
Gotcha.
I double trained those because she's an archfey.
I think Avery would seek out Vinestra.
Okay, Vinestra for that? All right. In which case, then, Vinestra, as you manage to kind of make your walk back to Marquest, you are confronted by Avery with his lanky arms, asking about making them less lanky. And then let me double check your previous message here. Yeah, you're about correct. As far as the intention of that tablet, it's what you're going to be able to learn from it is kind of the difference in what you would be in being something that could create those things and being what you are now. Like a completely separate type of...
Vinestra said Vi is going to look at Avery. So it's finally happened. Let's go get Violet and Blue and get you properly set up so you can learn fully.
Oh, I'm gonna hurt, aren't I? He absolutely, she says that.
Okay, any NPCs you guys want to bring into this to basically turn this into a drill sergeant gym session?
Blue's the hardest hitter as far as that's concerned. But if we're talking about drill sergeants, I don't think there's very many of those.
I think Venestra needs her own category. Actually, no, it's not the Venestra needs her own category. We need something to take all these different like loot tables away from everything else. It's getting the interactions category is getting crowded.
Yeah, I'll make a subcategory for the loot later.
Yeah, sorry,
Yes.
I shouldn't have mentioned it. Should have waited.
It's all good.
Let's focus.
Yeah.
I have like the one brain cell.
Jim, any other NPCs y'all want to bring in? I don't.
I can't really think of any. Angel's kids are probably right now all swarmed around Angel. And Makiko would be the only person you probably train for perception because she's one of the highest wisdom characters she's got. That and Gabriella, surprisingly. And Mariana. Mariana, because of what she does, is probably one of the better ones.
Okay.
But they're all kind of circle around Mom right now because Mom's in a bad mood.
Who else thought the song went Mariana? Like the name Mariana. Mariana Crow.
When I'm tired enough, I thought that. Which, to be fair, drowsy me and listening to songs is a vibe. But, so.
You're not wrong.
Is the
Sounded real.
consensus here, then, that it's going to be Violet, Blue, and Venestra gathering up to 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓 or break him like a pretzel?
Violet will probably be more cautious with him considering she has... I'm letting you know, the reason that I got really confused when you picked Venestra for this, because Violet had to try to take care of a kobold who was, like, really tiny compared to herself. So she's probably gonna be like, we need to start him on something a little bit small. It's a wee bit small. Let's work him up, not kill him. That's Violet's thought process. And then Blue's gonna be like, oh, I can take it. It'll be fine. It'll break him. It'll be great.
Okay.
Violet. They're completely different octanes. And here's like...
That's why
Violet
everyone's here.
Now, as far as getting together to do this, do you want to do this inside of Mochizuki Keep, or do you find somewhere in Marquess to do this? There are a number of decommissioned barracks, for example, since the city is already magically almost overly defended, that could serve as impromptu gymnasiums for...
They're not... Joe, you said that they weren't decommissioned because of the war. They were built up over the break to create...
Right, there are ones within the reaches of Marquess that have become kind of surrounded by businesses that are now defunct. Around the borders, though, those ones have been...
Oh, we're talking about the division ones that were basically segregation separation.
Yeah, ones that were there, like, in place of, like, these would be the dividers between districts, and then that became less of a big deal as gods started walking around.
Yeah, no, so, yeah. I don't know how many of those would be left with all the businesses stuff. They probably would have been turned into something like that. But
there have been businesses that have been integrated into the buildings, and apartments that have been integrated into the buildings just to kind of take advantage of what was already there. There are a few that kind of still remain empty, some that were turned into storage buildings, but there are a couple that are fully empty that could serve purposes for this. And because of what you're planning to do here, might gain a reputation by onlookers to be like, okay, it's a gym now. So, take your pick.
I'm gonna go grab a drink so my voice might get choppy for a few seconds.
To which, let me go ahead and actually double check here. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the old Marquess map to see if see which of the two might be the better fit. Probably one closer to where you guys are. Let me see.
Somebody, the one in Angel's house is going to be proud. There's 80,000 people in it right now.
Yeah, so let's see here.
It's highly crowded. There is a home gym, but that's probably crowded by like 3 different people right now. One of them is
Yeah,
4.
of course, there may also be a building here that was one thing that is no longer. That could be serviced for this as well. I'll give you guys some choices for where you want to do this here. So, let's see. Okay.
Good Discord. Second time's always the charm.
Let me see here. Let's go with... Okay, actually, that really only sums up one location where this could really go.
Here it is.
Okay, yeah. So in the cathedral village, where there's a shitload of gods stomping around, and therefore the entire place is kind having a guard presence here, a little bit moot. In the cathedral village, there is a barracks there. Fairly large barracks, fairly well decorated. However, it's been cleared out of pretty much any and all furniture, and the walls have been opened up. So now it's a very well painted kind of open chamber at this point.
Wouldn't it be a temple to the war god? Wouldn't that be a temple to the war god? Technically.
Oddly, no. The temple to the war god was considered the courtyard outside of it. It was sort of an external, it was considered an external courtyard, as the sort of, it was sort of considered a rotational prayer of marching presence. Marching presence was considered an archaic form of prayer to Gaesir. However, given that the gods are walking around and that other temples and shrines have popped up, this area has been left a little bit defunct. And to be fair, it's still arguably a prayer to Gaesir to have a bunch of people get sweaty in the name of being more combatively able inside of its interior.
Or 3 of Angel's kids would just be rolling their eyes at this point. Even the child to Gaesir would probably be rolling his eyes at this point.
Yeah. Walking inside to the otherwise completely just barren interior, it's got like a brutalist variation on the Sistine Chapel in terms of its interior painting. And otherwise, in terms of any furniture that you guys want to have made or moved in here to go ahead and help with this effort, easily done among the number of craftsmen among Angel's family, let alone people that are even just among the citizenry who are curious about what the fuck is happening and more than happy to throw some shit in the pot, so to speak, to see what the fuck is going on.
Joy sent you a message.
I know. So, as you guys gather up, it's going to be Violet, Blue, and Venestra. What is the plan here?
I don't have a plan.
To start to stretch this
I
taffy.
basically make it up as I go along. I'm gonna fight. Either I'm gonna break him, or I'm gonna learn.
I think, don't you usually stretch first?
Stretching would be good.
I like do kind of like an extendo arm, like just out, like.
You know,
Not,
shits
like,
and giggles,
too
let's
far
just
because,
say
like, there's
everybody here give me an
limits, but-
acrobatics check.
Just a changeling stretching look like, oh my god.
I know exactly what it's like. A natural 20 for Blue. A natural 20 for Violet. What the hell?
Wait, what are you rolling? Or do I need to roll something?
Acrobatics, given that this is
Oh yeah,
specifically
the thing that I only have a
fitness-related
plus
stretching.
1 on. Yep, the thing that I'm training. Let's roll it.
Stretch first so you don't tear later.
15. Not bad.
Not terrible. And Venestra.
Maybe we should have put him in a ballet class. Even the best
Here
of what
to
are those
train.
football players? Admire the ballet people.
Train. Strength, not
What I
dexterity.
did.
Vinestra said 39.
39.
I'm letting you know. I'm letting you know there's like a full-on giggle of even Violet in the back.
All right, so 2 natural 20s, a 39, and a 15. Avery, you are very clearly outclassed. That said, given that
No
this
shit.
given that this is training, this is 3 people who are incredibly comfortable doing this shit. Just kind of very steadily showing you kind of where you're lacking and trying to help you shore up. Now into the strength and let's say endurance. This is going to be, I'm assuming that effectively each character is going to have a different variety of training here. There's going to be someone that probably trains to failure, someone that's going to be training on reps, and someone that's going to be training on just sheer weight. Right? So
I wish I had Piper to make a miracle concoction to keep me going through all this.
steroids are not how you make actual gains in the gym, my guy. So
Didn't say steroids.
It's Violet who's probably going to start off with this, and she's probably going to go, everything that you do today, you're going to wear weights on your ankles and on the edges of your arms. 5-pound weights. Just to start off.
okay, so Violet will be
Just to
the
start, she
mass
says.
trainer. Okay. Cool. Go ahead and give me what is your strength stat at?
My stat? 11.
I need to know if I have to use 5 or 2-pound weights. So
Okay.
let's see how this
I have a
It's-
plus 0 to my strength stat.
It is a hair above average at 11. So, which is to say, not above the baseline of average to the point where it's noticeable, but you're a little more toned than the average guy. Toned, not bulked. So, with that, we'll say you're not getting disadvantage here. You're also not getting advantage. Go ahead and give me an athletics check here.
That's ones I actually have proficiency in. 18 plus 8.
26.
What? Yeah.
All right.
Okay, 5 pounds will work then. Everything you do today, you do with that on.
Hey.
Okay. So, doing strength training with those on will impose a -2 to your roll, but it will increase your gains. All in all, this is just flavor text for what normally is just a very quick training roll of, okay, roll a strength check, trainers roll a strength check, let's get this done. Now,
Do you want the equivalency of what this was for Violet? Being covered in mud and dirt all over her fur all day long and just being matted all day. It's like 20 pounds.
Tell me
of
again
mud.
what the mechanical effect of this was. It was a -2 to what?
-2 to your athletics checks, but it will
Like six.
add bonuses to your gain. Basically, it means
Yes.
instead of 5 turns here to do this, you're going to be able to do it in 4, assuming that you roll well. All right.
This is. I would think Blue would go next. Okay, I found a rock, and you're gonna find which one of these rocks. As she pulls up like 10 heavy rocks, you're gonna tell me which one you can lift and which one you can roll. It's a boulder. We're gonna do this old school.
That's a nice boulder.
It's a nice boulder.
It's not a boulder. It's a rock.
Well, these are rocks. She basically shows you the small ones and starts throwing them, and she's this big, and she's throwing them in the air with her one hand. But this, she basically pulls up the boulder, puts it over her head, and then spins it around like a basketball. Is a boulder. She just slams it back down on the ground. So tell me which one of these 10 rocks you can roll, and which one of these 3 boulders that I've decided, the 3 sizes, you can push. Because you're going to push them for about a mile. And you're going to...
I don't know if I could walk a mile.
You can walk a mile. You can walk a mile. If you're going to have to be walking in that big old suit all day, you're going to have to be able to walk a freaking mile.
I'm not walking in the suit. The suit's walking me.
Are you not using your mental stats? You need to have
I
stamina
am.
to hold that mental stat up, right? Stamina is also built on strength. Yes, but stamina is also built on strength and everything that goes along with it.
Okay. I'll try, but no promises.
That's all I ask, is that you try.
What do I need to roll something to see which of these rocks? Because
1 out of 10 rocks, so it's a D10.
was that a confirmation, Joe?
Yeah.
10?
Is it a confirmation?
Mhm.
I'm not against it.
Yeah, it's half of a percentage die. It's D10. I'm gonna re-roll that because it went between my thunderous thighs. 8. Wow. 8 out of 10.
That is impressive. We're gonna go down 1 size, and you're gonna throw it at me. And I'm gonna throw it back.
Gonna die.
Athletics? -2.
They're going to be fine, and we're not gonna go far. I'm only gonna stay about 3 feet, and then we're gonna move back to 5 feet. Okay?
Piper's not here to resuscitate me. I'm gonna die.
I have enough healing for all of us.
Okay.
And enough
Okay.
magic to keep us going for 7 years.
Let's do this.
Okay. This is like, I'm letting you know, she tosses it at you gently. We're only 3 feet, back and forth with this big bow.
Athletics -2, if you would.
Basically, Blue knows what she's doing.
Athletics -2 is better than acrobatics -2, so I'll take it. Okay. Oh, that's 4. Plus 8 would be 12 minus 2 is 10.
Okay, and what was Blue's roll?
A natural 20.
Okay. It is with a lurch and some effort you throw it toward Blue as Blue speedballs it back to you. I'm going to need you to go ahead and give me a dex save.
I don't think she would do it. I don't think she'd speedball it back to him. She knows he's not going to be able to handle it. But she's going to give it a little bit of more height this time. So he has
Okay,
to
height.
kind of catch it.
Fair
Well,
enough.
Somehow I rolled even worse.
Just try to give him more air time so he doesn't fall over when she has in there.
2, and you said a dex save?
Yep.
2 plus 5. 7.
7.
Do I have time to save it with a sleight of hand check by any chance?
Blue is a
Considering
monk. We'll
she's a-
just, and you guys are close enough. You are within melee range with each other. You're 3 feet away, right? So
Yeah.
we'll call that. Yeah, that's easily a deflect missiles insofar as you are just catching what you're realizing he's not catching himself
Okay.
quick enough.
What we're going to do is go down to a size 6, and we're going to try again. Just one more time, okay? Our goal is to get through
Attack,
this at
the
least
defender
3
imposes
rounds.
disadvantage on the attack roll of one creature it can see that is within 5 feet of it, provided. Well, I guess Aegis
She's
wouldn't be
just
within
catching the
5
rock.
feet of.
She's just trying to catch the rock before it hits her face. She's like, no, not the face. Okay. So she's gonna catch that rock and she's gonna replace it with a size 6 instead of the set. She's like, we went up to 8. We're gonna go down to a 6 this time. I'm gonna try somewhere in the middle, closer to the center. It's a little bit easier to catch this time. I'm gonna give you a little bit more air time. Maybe slow it down. It's gonna put a little bit of a spin on it so it slows.
Okay.
It's gonna do the cartoon slow air.
It's just the ball goes.
I will allow this because blue is technically an archfey, because otherwise physics says when you spin the rock, technically it goes faster.
It goes faster. Yeah, I know. It also speeds up. I know. It gets hotter. Mhm.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
we'll allow the cartoon physics because blue is archfey. So
I'm letting you know she's doing it on purpose to be silly a little bit, so he'll actually catch it this time. She already knows he's got weights on. It's a little bit disorienting. With an 18 plus whatever I gotta do.
okay, athletics -2 for you, Avery.
Okay, better. 17 plus 8 would be 25.
25.
And -2 is 23.
You catch it.
Okay, good. Now we're gonna do this at least 3 times a circuit. So you throw it back, I throw it back, you throw it back, and then we're gonna stop.
Circuit?
And then we're gonna do. So then we're gonna roll the boulder a little bit further down this road. I'm carry the rock with you. I'm gonna walk beside you. I'm going with the mile with you. Not gonna let you go by yourself.
Okay.
Walking the mile, walking the green. Anyway,
And then we're gonna toss it back 3 times when you get a little bit tired, okay?
Okay.
all right. Athletics check at a farther distance.
You see what I'm saying? We're gonna roll the boulder. When he gets tired, we're gonna stop for 2 seconds and we're gonna toss that ball back and forth a couple of times. And then we're gonna go a little bit further, and then we're gonna stop. And then we're gonna toss the ball back 3 more times. Make it a circuit.
I rolled an 11 plus 8, 19 minus 2 is 17.
17 isn't bad.
Very good. It's very impressive.
All right, and then blue hucking it back.
I'm just glad
Yeah.
y'all are doing the athletics and not the acrobatics, because that would be a lot worse.
I mean, you're not training Dex, are you?
That's a 19 plus 15.
Okay.
Blue's stats are a little weird.
It's a
And I love them, but they've gone so
34.
weird.
All right, 34. And now that you've had 2 successes, we'll call it a Dex save or a Strength save to catch here.
A dex save or a strength save.
Yep.
Mhm.
Do dex. 13 plus 5, 18.
That's not bad. An 18,
18.
plus 15.
All right.
That was a save. That was a save, right?
Learning from the last throws near concussion, you
Oh, mine
manage
did
to catch it with your hands outstretched before it gets too close to your face.
See, I know you get it. It's not a hard thing to do. And we walked, look, we're at the end of the mile. You did it. Oh my god. I did not think that you could do this. In the city of gods. Oh my goodness. Somebody must be watching out for you.
All right. And then finally, what is Venestra introducing to this training regimen? As basically, we're just narratively going over what is your quick and dirty version of this going to look like in a broader sense narratively.
Blue and Violet just did the basic thing that they teach you in that. What is that? What is it called? What is that workout style called where you basically Throw those giant balls back
Vinestra
and
said
forth.
repetition, lifestyle changes, and basic training and techniques.
No. It's a specific type of. It's very popular right now. Or was
That
popular,
one's
like, 2 years
calisthenics, I
ago.
think.
No, it's not. The calisthenics involves you with your body and your own weight.
All right.
Stop. I get that.
that.
I think Brick told me that he was in that class when he was doing his workout
I was in a
class.
CrossFit
Like-
class at one point.
CrossFit. Okay.
There he's in CrossFit. They use those big ball weights that you toss back and forth, and then you'll
Mhm.
do different things. Yeah. But the boulder thing is also.
I was
something we
saying
use
what
in
Vi was
training.
doing to clarify.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I understood that. I was kind of confused where they were going.
Okay.
No, we were on a different tangent.
Doing lifestyle and functional strength training in that regard, we'll just go ahead and call this sort of a longer term, like over the course of probably an hour of training. We'll call that an athletics check there. As this is lower direct impact, but it is definitely more about training the actual movements of those muscles to get you comfortable with actually having that higher capacity.
I was gonna do that back in my day. Back in my day, we only had boulders and rocks and things like this, so it wasn't really like I could really do anything other than that. I mean, like either that or I was throwing big giant monsters back and forth between my siblings and I.
Smash cut to the organized fake court next door where they're literally just lifting plate weights. The fuck is she doing?
We don't have plate weights. You know what was funny? When basically one time I went to the Sky Fae. It's one of my siblings. Basically, they were bench pressing clouds. Clouds.
Technically, clouds are real heavy, but
Right? If you get them
Over.
all bunched up, it would be quite dense.
They weren't bunched. They made it look like child's play. And then when I got underneath it, I couldn't push through it because it went straight through the cloud. It was hilarious.
all right. Athletics check for me, Brick, for the broader type of training that Venestra's providing you. And basically, narratively, this will just be what you're doing every time during the next sort of training stages to get that stat bump. Every time you kind of do it.
Oh! Nat 20.
Nat 20. Okay. The longer sort of stint of what Venestra's doing, you have a little bit. It's less directly stressful, so you find it to be relatively simple to adapt to. That said, every time you go to train these to get that strength bump, you're going to be doing all three of these. Every time. Maybe with
It's not that
Violet and Blue still as your training partners, maybe not. Depends on when you're doing it and who you're doing it with. These will be the exercises.
You would want Blue with those boulders, considering. It's
True.
just like, no, wait, the boulder, no, not downhill. Oh my god. Considering we're going to the Rusted Peaks, all I can imagine is we're going up the incline. We're not going to roll this thing up the incline or down it for that matter.
Nah, in the Rusted
It will
Peaks, they
take
throw
all day.
hammers. So,
Well, I thought it was big old logs, considering it was a rusted peak.
honestly, depends on which clan you're talking to, but either way.
I'm gonna go and make sure he didn't turn the heater back on because I'm gonna lose my shit again.
Uh-oh. Do what you gotta do.
Well, it's because it's like 75 in the house earlier.
Yeah.
It's like, screw that. Absolutely not.
I believe the guinea pigs get sick if it's not 73 or lower.
74. 74.
74 or
74
lower.
is at the highest we can go. 74 to 68 is their happy spot.
Gotcha.
Alright. So what are we doing?
All right, so As that trio diverts to go ahead and get Avery trained for a good chunk of the day, we're then left with Angel, still getting a good bit of prep work done. So, namely getting into also which diplomat Violet's mother was able to get in touch with. Let me see.
Yeah. Violet's grandmother, yeah.
Yeah. As far as members of the Council of brain just
Oh, the
fried
delegates
for
of
a second.
Somro.
Council of Somro.
What is the High Elf Council?
Yeah. A member, first of all, not in line with some of the members of previous centuries, also not in line with the same positions, possibly a newer position or an abandoned one that has had its seat filled in recent years. A Luna Craven. A Lua, not a Luna. A Lua Craven. Well, hello.
Angel has a cup of coffee and is just like, at this point, her nerves look shot. She looks a little frazzled. Even after taking a bath and a shower, it looks like she's stressed beyond measure at this point. In a place where she should be really relaxed right now. Good afternoon.
I
Morning.
am Aloha Craven, the Countess of the Elemental Planar Gates. Specifically, I specialize in the Water Gate.
In the where?
In the Water Gate.
Okay, you're getting cut off, Mike.
Hold on, double check my fucking audio settings, see if there's some bullshit going on. There's not, okay. Aloha
Turn all the way
Craven.
up.
Aloha Craven, Countess of the Water Gate.
Mm-hmm.
How may I help you?
Well, currently we're about to go to war. I had to meet with the High Elf Council because I'm supposed to meet with everyone on possible marriage options.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also supposed to meet with anybody on possible alliances that we can make with this war. And I don't really want to involve anyone, but I do need a haven to put people. And Somro seems like a good haven spot. Because you're exempt from a lot of different things around that area.
That we are.
So my question is there any way that I could negotiate possibly having a haven spot for a lot of defunct people from the war? That is what I would like to talk with the council about. I would also like to talk with the council about if they can offer weaponry from their artisans.
I can forward that
The Somro-
concern when we officially gather. Weaponry from artisans and refugee collection.
I would also like to reestablish any Amora temples. In Somro.
I see.
And those of Timor.
And those of Timor.
I'm letting you know, Angel at this point I'm letting you know, she's not the big delegate right now because she's meeting with someone new. She's literally got like the most comfy outfit on before she actually has to talk to heavier delegates. So she's like...
Notably, the crystal is still fogged, as this was a personal connection with a sensitive, high positioned individual. And so their identity at the moment, at least physically, is obscured, though you have caught her name.
My name is Tsubasa Mochizuki. I don't feel afraid of giving you my name because I'm not just one thing. It's fine.
Alternate titles roll.
I was given by the dwarves the 𝕱�ㅓ, but lives beneath the thing called the Heartbound. I don't know what that means. I don't know if it's an old title. Apparently it's only been given once in a century.
A light
Or once in our
hiss
entire
kind
thing.
of sears across the crystal ball, as for a moment you may choose to make or fail this charisma saving throw against Zone of Truth as it wraps around you from this communication end.
I'll fail it.
Okay. State your name again for me.
Tsubasa Mochizuki.
Your role and your title.
You want the long one? The long one's long.
The long one.
The Heartbound. Chainbreaker. And then there's this one in... I can't remember what the one is that they gave me when I went over to where Nick is from. It's in my notes. I just don't get called it very often, so I don't get to use it. Where changelings come from, my brain is fried.
Have you
I'm too busy
any
learning.
sympathies toward the 𝕲𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓?
They can go down in a hole.
Any sympathies toward the old Vestrusian cause?
It depends on what you're talking about. The actual goddess, sure, she's nice. Once in a while.
In regards to the old
But other
Vestrusian
than-
Empire, should she choose to try and take advantage of this conflict to reestablish that
She can get her head
foothold?
bitten off.
Hmm.
She can learn how to... She can get her head bitten off. I don't care who she plays bridge with.
Perspective on interplanar relations.
It depends.
The heavens.
You see her start to grind her teeth. Nick, are you behind me by any chance, love?
He's right there with you.
I think you should look again if you know what you're looking at.
Not the purpose of why I'm asking you. I've cast a spell and I'm looking for your answer.
I don't want to give you the answer. Because it will make everyone uncomfortable.
Try me.
A burgeoning god. With me and my partner.
The form
My
on
family.
the
My
crystal
family has
ball
been
clears.
a bridge. My form has been a bridge between the gods. My family has been a bridge between the gods and what is mortal. I hold the key to bringing dragons back into the world if you need to know. And that's also why Angel looks so frazzled. Her lungs hurt so bad. It is day 3 with this thing on, and she is getting better, but it hurts.
The cloudy sort of silhouette on the crystal ball clears, and you are able to see the individual on the other side. The first feature that sticks out to you more than any other elven point on her form is in her right eye a vibrant, rose-tinted glow.
Oh, thank God.
alongside silvered skin, sort of a bluish silvered hair, sleek features. Features that, if you were to compare them to a human, look to be like someone in their maybe mid-40s for an elf, significantly older by comparison. I'm going to forward your requests to the rest of the council, and I will happily grant you what of those requests I can through my own realm of control in the Watergate. However, if I'm going to do that, I will not do it for free.
What do you need?
First of all, insights into
What kind of
anything
insight?
regarding the 𝕱𝖊𝖓𝖓 that you can find. My bloodline seems to have history within my own kin, and as you and yours have begun to rise, it has shown itself in my own eyes and that of my children.
The Aasimar?
The 𝕱𝖊𝖓.
She looks over at Kyrian. She cocks her head sideways. There are many of my children. What is it that you're looking for? What kind of information are you seeking?
Historical insight, just any sort of historical documentation.
It's not a pretty history for Amora.
Doesn't matter if it's pretty. Matters if it has answers.
Ask questions and you can get answers.
Hmm.
I will give you everything I know.
I would like it in written form, so as to not pull from your time. However, conditionally as well, while I will give everything that I can that you've requested, including refugee collection already from my position in the Watergate, supplying any form of weaponry from my reach, I will certainly not give for free.
I'm asking you to tell me what you ask for asking me.
Marriage pact. From some of my children to some of yours.
Okay.
We can arrange time for a meeting at your
The
behest,
Aasimar
since it will be safest, I imagine, at your home.
The thing that you may get immediately, and I'm going to give you a couple of answers so you can see that I know what I'm talking about. You will have flashes of relationships your children will have from the moment they're born. The very moment they exit your form, you can see their ending goal. You can, and I mean by ending goal, they're partners. It does not change. It just changes how long it takes to get there. Is Joe typing to me?
I am typing down a note for myself for later. The first of my children to visit you. His name is Aaron.
Aaron.
Aaron. A-R-R-Y-N in the common tongue. He's an elf, though
Hold on,
he
I need
is in his 20s.
An elf in his 20s.
He's
I have several children in their 20s.
Elves mature at a human rate and then proceed to extend their lives by a great deal. He's only just reached his young adulthood, so to speak, and that will last itself for decades. But I'd rather he be matched up sooner than later.
You have to tell me what you saw when he was born.
Nothing. Not while 𝕱𝖊𝖓 was dead.
How fast were the flashes when Nicodemus and I...
And overwhelming, quite hard to sort through initially, which is why I feel it best that they visit your company and your kin in hopes that they find what they need.
She pulls up on the screen. You make this signet into the floor, and it will teleport them into my home.
Understood. On successful courtship, a contract for an exchange of weaponry will be made.
I do have one question.
Yes.
How many stillbirths did you have while we were gone?
From my family, I was the 5th child of a series of prior failures. Of my children, 𝕱𝖓 was the firstborn after 11 still.
I need you to...
I have 3 others that came after
token
𝕱𝖓 that live.
For those that you felt spirits with, considering you have Aasimar connections. Those that had souls. Not those that died before a soul was put into the body. I need you to bring me a small... When we do meet in person, I need you to bring me a small piece of them. I don't promise miracles considering the age that you are, but I can promise you what I can.
𝕱𝖓 will arrive with an entourage.
How big of an entourage?
3 guardsmen and 5 prospects.
Prospects?
The burgeoning goddess needs faithful, does she not?
Yeah, she does. Alright. I also want you to look through the brothels. Anything with a winged shoe or a shoe name to it is a safe haven. You need to let your children and any elf know that is crossing through any war-born city.
Understood.
Look for places with shoe names, specifically.
You may receive a missive from us for a summons to a neutral location within the next 5 days. 𝕱𝖓 will arrive before then.
My suggestion, would you like a suggestion?
Yes.
3 mountains. It's a neutral area.
Deal.
In the fields of 𝕱𝖓𝖓. Yes, the changes of the city's location change. They change on purpose. But they are harvesting carrots this year, so 𝕱𝖓𝖓 will be the city.
𝕱𝖓 will arrive before then.
Okay.
You will receive a message from him a day before he is slated to arrive. It will be sometime within the next 5 days.
That's perfectly fine. And if you want to move up any meeting with me, that's fine with me, because I know that you have a grand meeting at some point in the next couple of days.
I would move it up if I could. Shani is not the only delegation we are having to meet with as a war has opened up.
I'm trying to get this handled before I have to unleash metal on the world. If you catch my drift.
Of course.
I just unleashed chromatic. I don't have time. And right now I'm in so much pain from a wound that I had back when I started fighting, considering she's still in a zone of truth. And the pressure that's creating, I can't breathe a little bit. I am having a little bit of trouble. So, and I'm going to let you know, I'm going to tell you how bad this is, because I don't think you know. The blood in Jihu that drips through the ground has dripped for centuries long. And before it. The illithid hide beneath Jihu. They devoured the children first. I was one of the children they experimented on, and it did not go well. So you want to talk about wars? They started with us. I couldn't speak. They put me in a chair and tried to feed a worm through my brain. I have such vivid memories. My mother was a slave to them at one point. So if anybody has a 𝕱𝖓 screwdriver to me, and considering what I saw the changelings wearing, she pulls up the mask that she has in her hand. I will rip them apart. It drilled holes in their faces so they can no longer shift.
Well, they could still shift, but they could never fully hide themselves, even while shifting.
That's what I mean. I know, Joe. I get the point, but I'm trying to lay it out for her. She looks over at Nicodemus. I don't know how many. I don't know. I know how long, but I don't know how many. But I will give you a little bit more information since you are part of whatever she left behind. The 𝕱𝖓s live under swamps and vast amounts of water. At one point, they had a brain in every city. They did not reach 𝕲𝖊𝖓 because of 𝕲𝖊𝖓. Her death marked protection for that entire continent. I think that's why I had Adam. He's a seramorph. But he's my child. I don't understand what's going on. But what I do know is I know that they are taking those kids and they are tearing them apart. The 𝕱𝖓s is going to find a way to violate the special places, but it's not just the 𝕱𝖓s. It's something worse than the 𝕱𝖓s. We can lose the sunlight and go into the dark again. I don't know if you know what that means.
I know what it risks.
I watched the thief broken down into a puddle. We can't risk it. We can't lose it. He needs to hold his grip on this world above them where the sun is. And while he was my nightmare as a child, because he saved my life, I can't let him fall. Because I won't lose the sun.
I will forward what you've informed me of to the council.
I would be careful with anyone from the Underdark or from the underside of that space.
Of course. Now, then my time
And
for this
any-
meeting grows, then I have other
I
meetings
know.
to attend
I have to meet with the sea elves, considering I have to keep tabs, considering my distant lease probably like 6 blue dragons under them. Oh my god.
I bid you farewell and best of luck.
Best of luck. I will see you as soon as we can. And let Aaron know it's much calmer than it seems. It's more like a tavern. It's very calm here.
Do treat my
Very
son
relaxed. Of course.
well.
I have a
Connection
question.
fades.
He's of drinking age, yes. She wants to know if he's of drinking age. He's in his 20s. So he's like 200 something.
No, she said
That's already-
20. Not proportionately 20s, just 20.
Which means he's like...
Pretty sure don't they mature at the same rate as humans?
They initially mature at the same rate as humans, but then they don't proceed to, after that age, at the same rate as humans.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Oh my god, she looks over at Nick.
He's got 5 years
I don't
before
know,
that,
but-
that accelerated maturing stops.
Angel's like... And Angel's voice is very hoarse at this point. It's very low set, and Nicodemus is not used to her voice being low. She
Do
looks
I need
over
to
at
help
Nick.
you raise that back up?
It hurts so bad. Talk about your Phantom Limb.
I had to open you up to get that fixed, and it's still a problem.
Well, we got rid of this demon spit inside of my lungs, but it didn't leave a scar there. Fucking birds. I know that Bulgura is dead because they killed him when they went down there.
Big ass demon monkey pops out of your closet. Are you sure? No.
No, please, God, no. She's like, just open up the portal because I know that I'm supposed to do that stupid meeting that's supposed to be broadcast for at least a lot of the recruitment that they have right now. That's the last part I was supposed to do today. It's for war recruitment.
Which one was it
I
again?
don't know how bad it is.
Dragon Tear?
Dragon Tear is part of it, but the other part is I'm supposed to broadcast the Saber Hearth with Ben in the room. Can you go get Ben? Because I need Ben, because I don't want to do this anymore. I want to go to bed again, considering my lungs feel like they're being swamped with water.
Okay.
Ugh. Can you
You are-
ask Mom for that pain pill, please?
Yeah. You are able to summon Ben quickly enough. What's up?
Which Sable Hearth places needed me to do that broadcast?
Pretty much anywhere along the southern borderlands.
Then you need to get the names up because we're gonna run that today. After I talk to Dragon Tear, because Dragon Tear has 2 dragons coming in and I needed to talk to them about it. Oh. She opens up the call to Dragon Tear. Please don't be pissed off at me.
So, you open up the call and immediately a series of runes on that ball lights up. Before they project out onto your floor.
Oh god.
And popping through is a sea elf woman in beaten to shit shell armor. And a fairly fresh carve down her face, over her shoulder, and through her breastplate.
She looks over at Nicodemus. I want you to get Meraphys's kids, please.
Already on it.
I want you to send 2 of the great worms to handle it.
Already on it.
I want you to make them regret pissing me off. She looks over at this woman. She heals her immediately. Oh, sweet Jesus.
The wounds stitch up. The battle is still very apparent on the armor, as unfortunately that doesn't stitch up quite in the same way. It's not exactly a second skin. So...
Breathe.
She leans over and has to regurgitate all of the salt water from her lungs to adapt to,
Pulls a
to
bucket
speak
out.
in normal air.
Angel's ready. Angel's ready to lift the bucket.
Of which much of it is very much dyed red, given prior injury.
I told you I'd lend you my protection.
It has
Why
been an
didn't you tell me
interesting
last night?
few days.
I sent 2 great worms to handle the issue.
That you did. That is good of you.
It's not only good of you, they may eradicate half of those blue dragons so they learned where their space is supposed to be.
You were trying to contact one of the Dragon Tear delegation. I was the guardswoman to 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓.
Mm-hmm.
Was. She got it about 4 days ago.
Don't worry, mass resurrection will be happening as soon as the other part gets handled.
That will not be necessary. The battle funeral was already held, and the station already graduated. I am the new spear delegation. In her place, I am 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓.
I suggest you take a deep breath. She puts a baby dragon of one of the ones that has common emotions in her hands. It's going to be okay.
And immediately
Almighty
her
Dragon
energy
said
just...
𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓, spear delegate of dragon tier.
Ah! Put that in the wrong shit.
Trying to put it in Angel's chat. Can't find Angel's chat. Let's send him in
Wrong
chat.
tab.
She looks over at the spear woman. She has a question. How pissed is Dragon Tear with me?
Peace with you. We were always preparing for the dragons to come back. When they left, we were more unprepared than anything. It's not your fault that when they up and left, it was also in the exact second that one of them was trying to dig up from under one of our main palaces.
Oh. So that's what my kids are walking into.
Mm.
I cannot wait for the tremendous amount of bounty that you will have after that is killed.
You have no idea. I've been training for this for my entire life. Still, I think I need to get better armor.
I can provide that. She pulls out some old dragon tear armor from when they... Because that's what ended up in Marquest, mother truckers. For no reason did it end up in Marquest other than lost armor ends up in Marquest.
That'll do. That'll do.
It's a lot older than it looks.
We're elves. A lot of us are a lot older than we look.
It's true. I have a month before I release the secondary wave.
Well, that ought to be helpful, I imagine.
If you talk about breathing, my lungs hurt like hell. That's the only reason I haven't.
What do yours hurt from?
A 𝕱𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖘 bite, and the dragon basically using my lungs as a way to get the metallics back.
Oh, well, see, that's, I can... When the dragons left, you know what kind of tried to fill the void of problems we had to deal with?
The deep?
No.
What?
Demons, yes. There is a reason that when you get deep enough in the ocean, it gets referred to as an abyss. Because you get deep enough, it's kind of a gateway. Dragons kind of disincentivized a lot of that entry, dragons being gone. It's been a small thorn in a lot of our sides for a couple 100 years. Hence, most of my old armor was made mostly of silver. It was helpful for that. Not so much for...
that.
Dragons. So, you said demon spit, 𝕱𝖓𝖓𝖓𝖓, you said?
Yeah.
Where?
In my lungs.
Opens up and starts digging into her bag. May I?
Whatever you'd like. He hurts so bad.
Forgive me, I don't mean to be presumptuous. I don't think you swing my way, right? But I need you to open your shirt.
That is the problem. She opens her shirt, she doesn't care. It's to the point where she realized 𝕱𝖓𝖓𝖓 is training her not to give a shit.
And Nick is not around to question this, as she immediately produces what appears to be a sort of liquid-filled sack on the end of what looks to be sort of repurposed, almost squid tendril on the end of a somewhat porous-looking, almost tooth. And I need you to give me a con save as she immediately jams it in her chest. And pushes
I think it's
it
going
right
to weird
into
her
your
out
lung.
because remember, Angel does not move when she's in pain, so it's going to be real weird for this lady.
True, there is still the
20,
bodily reaction of something entering your lung.
With a natural 20, she's just going to sit there as it just jams in and just like stare at her and just be like, this is whatever. This is better than the last thing that got stabbed in.
This is whatever. You are immediately met with the sensation of both your lungs burning and a sensation of drowning at the same time, as suddenly and violently you start to vomit up purple ichor.
I thought it was all gone.
And it does not stop until long after whatever the hell this sack is fully drains. Until finally what slurks out of your throat, thick and viscous as it is, begins to undulate and try to crawl away. As this woman raises her hand, a tattoo on the back of her hand by the bridge of her index finger and thumb lights up, and fire immediately blasts out toward the abyssal ooze that has been sitting in your lungs for over 2 years.
It's not 3 years. 3 years now.
3 years, excuse me. Let's see if she hits first of all.
𝕲𝖓 said, "Congrats, you have a pet."
Yeah, congrats, and I have a ooze.
Well, she's trying to kill it. So that is 13, 18 points of fire damage.
It is walking into the god house. I might fall apart.
Yep. Plus another 24, and then plus an assload of radiant damage as the house acknowledges what's going on.
Thanks, Grandma.
And then as she pulls it out, just crimson blood starts gushing from your chest as now there's an open wound to now a collapsed lung as she had to pierce it. And she immediately stuffs it with what feels like this almost sponge-like material. And you are no longer just failing to breathe out of that spot. But there's very clearly something foreign that's just kind of stuffed into that void. Magical healing as soon as you can.
She basically takes a potion and downs it.
And then promptly that sponge-like material that's just been shoved in that hole gets shot out like a cork.
So the only thing that hurts now is the scar. Really.
The bit of scarring now that's left behind there, as well as now just that pushing presence of the dragons in your lungs, but nowhere near as bad as it was.
I can breathe. Like her face actually gains color for a hot minute. I can breathe. Thank you. She puts her hands on both of the sides. She actually puts her hands on both sides of this woman's face and kisses her. Thank you.
Tit for tat. You know, you helped me deal with a gash in my chest. I helped you deal with a hole in yours.
I have no idea. It's been...
Or is it tit for tit,
crazy
given
world.
that both of them were titty injuries?
I mean, they were both titty injuries.
Look, common is my second language. It's a little bit crass.
It's okay. How devastational is it throughout? I know that you were at war with the natives as well.
People are going through an aggressive adjustment period, but we're very used to fighting dragons. We're also very used to redirecting some of the primal ones. The blue ones are not super numerous, right? They're the problem ones. They're the really smart ones. It's the sea dragons that are a little more densely packed, but they're a little bit more animalistic, right? The benefit there is we can aim them.
I'm not wrong.
And the 𝕲𝖓, in their recent public rise, have been taking to doing some seafaring, and we've been taking to redirecting some angry beasties their way. Calamari's on the menu.
The deep is very angry.
I'm sure.
He made the seas boil for a little while. Probably will until these things are gone.
Yeah, it is how it goes.
So, the blue dragon is what was underneath the city.
Yes, well, and its eggs. We've separated the eggs from the beastie. I think that's why it was pissed off.
Yeah, it's usually what happens. Hopefully you didn't kill the eggs.
Not until after we killed it.
Why not keep one?
Cultural difference. We don't risk that ever with dragons. We operate off of a safe assumption of the chromatics being dangerous in any form. And find it best to purge it.
Not in case they're black. Blue, while they're smart and intelligent, not black.
The black are smart and intelligent as well, quite conniving. The least strictly intelligent of the intelligent ones are the whites.
Yes,
But
we're talking about wide scale. I would not worry in case you found black. This is from living in Warmer for a time. I've taken out 3 blue by myself.
Oh. My personal family line has a lot of history in dealing with greenies.
Oh man, I wish I had found a green. We hadn't found a green until like somewhere in the mid. And we had to go so far in Warmer in order to find them.
But unfortunately, I have to now rotate my role from being strictly combative to being a little more careful because I've inherited a diplomatic position. Well, a delegatory position. I've inherited a position of power by virtue of the... succession in Dragon Terror is weird. It defaults to the bodyguard. It's warrior culture, what can I say?
Makes sense. That's not a weird culture. That makes sense.
I said warrior culture, but it's also a weird culture. We're weird people.
But, if you'll sit with me, I'm supposed to make kind of a war outreach post thing. Oh my god. I cannot believe I'm doing this.
I'm kind of new to my whole deal. I'm not really great at the whole public speaking thing. Hence, I mean, you've heard my accent. It's not... I need to work on it.
It's fine. You're doing okay. I'm not asking you to do anything. I'm just asking you to sit and wait before I can send you back.
Brilliant.
When my kids tell me it's clear,
yes.
and those who are basically been revived can be revived, then I will send you home.
Oh, also, I did hear on the rumor mill, Shalia did mention that you were this reincarnation of this Amor,
Yes.
the love goddess.
Between me and Nicodemus, yes.
In Akuan, we called her Luwala.
Lua. What a pretty name. She's so pretty.
Now, I suppose we call the pair of you Luwalen.
That's nice. I think the reason I also send Nicodemus is because he'll go and get food for the big dragon that lives inside of Nick.
Let's get this public speaking thing out of the way because I'm nervous and I just narrowly escaped the dying.
Oh, do you need... Do you need something to calm you down? So is there anything else you can tell me about the local tribes or anything that you need to give me information about? Because I haven't heard anything from any other culture calling in yet. And I would have expected more.
The thing about dragons, and this is coming from someone who's they are very territorial. They're not destructionalists, they're isolationists, right? They like to find their territory, burn the fuck out anything that's in it that they don't want in it, and then they keep to it, and then they make their hordes and their piles and their private bullshit in it. And then they, especially with the intelligent ones, proceed to be a little more conniving and a little more secretive after that, right? They're not trying to like burn down the world and wipe the slate clean.
Angel's looking at her like, at this point, like, I spent my entire last 3 years basically studying dragons, and I basically hold a lot of dragon magic in my hands, and she's just sitting there smiling, letting this woman continue to speak because she needs to speak. Just like,
and I'm just making that point because like I've been studying and practicing that study of all of these beasties for my entire life. It has been well over 172 years of learning about this ever since I was a babe.
She's going to basically call out to all of the crystal dragons that are hiding because I'm trying to do delegate work. And she says it in Draconic. You can come out now. Basically, Angel getting swarmed.
That is wild, and that is wackadoo, and that is cool.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have
I'm going to ask you.
Do you have the coffee?
A what? He pulls out coffee and hands it to her.
Caffeine doesn't really work very well when you're breathing underwater, you know, but well, we have other ways of getting it. But I don't get to indulge in this bitter mess very often, so it immediately just knocks it back.
That coffee. Oh,
What is the sweetness in the cinnamon daddies? You watch as the gills kind of shudder on her neck.
Good things. Good things.
Okay. That is cool. Let's do this delegation broadcast thing. You broadcast. Yes, that. Let's do that.
That's what Ben, you have to do, because I know we have to do the northern 𝕲𝖊𝖓 later, but let's do the southern at least, because I haven't done southern.
Yeah, on it.
I know I can give it to... You're the one with the faithful and all of them. I don't have them on call, and I know that they wanted to talk to me, so I'm letting you talk to them and then talk to me. Angel's just like, at this point, she's got all of the dragons sitting on the bed with her at this moment. All those little Chris, and the one with that cannot see where he's going is literally sitting in her lap like, I am a bobblehead. I do not know where I am going.
Now, let's be perfectly clear here. The goal is that to do a broadcast out to make people aware. What's the goal
The
here?
broadcast. So, first of all, she was supposed to meet with the southern delegates of 𝕲𝖊𝖓 and then do a broadcast for advertisement for... It's going to make her a target, yes. Does it make sense?
Mm-hmm.
A little bit. But it's order, and she's going to actually kind of shift her form to being disguised on based where the location is, what the main race is.
Mm-hmm.
So they can speak about what they're fighting against.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll do the advertisement first. We'll do the delegation thing after that, okay?
Okay. Really wish you wouldn't, because my brain can't focus about the other part. I really would like to formulate those words, Joe. I prefer to do the delegation part first and then the advertisement afterwards.
You know what? Actually, let's go ahead and give you some time then, because we're after the 2-hour mark here. We're going to call BRB here. Give some time to organize some thoughts.
Okay.
Welcome back, everybody, from the break. Sorry, that took a little bit.
I'm here.
All right. So, I believe we were next going to go ahead and pick up with whatever the broadcast was going to entail or encapsulate. So what'll it be?
I'm right here.
Well, did you hear me?
No.
We were going to pick up with whatever the broadcast was going to entail and encapsulate. So what are we picking up with?
She doesn't know. That's why she wanted to talk to the Southern delegate. She doesn't know what she should say, considering she hasn't been to all the places in the south area of 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖊𝖓. That's why I was trying to get the delegates' point of view first before I decided to make a broadcast, considering they're going to be posting this multiple places.
Okay.
And because she needs to talk with Ben, because Ben knows them better, she's asking Ben about it.
So which delegation do you want to talk to? That's been plainly speaking with you.
I need to talk to any of the Celadon delegates. I don't know how to send out a mass message when I don't even know what they need to know. I don't know what they need to know. I end up blabbering more than I should when I do that kind of thing, and I don't want them to know my face in certain places.
Then we don't need to include your face. Consolidate.
I know you want me to do this blind. I can't consolidate.
You said you don't want to blabber, so I'm offering for you to consolidate here. What do they need to know about the dangers? What help are you willing to offer? Consolidate into those bullet points.
I would prefer to know what the delegates want from me first, but we'll go ahead and do the broadcast for them first because y'all are determined to do this first.
I can speak with the delegation first, if you'd prefer.
I would prefer them to ask me questions first. I can handle that, and then I can consolidate their needs into one conversation. I can do that for each place. I can do that. But I can't if I don't know what they all need. That's where we're at right now. I'm struggling. And I'm tired.
They are not empty of
And I don't
aid
know.
either. They are of 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓, which means they are being supplied aid by 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓.
I know, and 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓 knows the stakes. They're the only one who's had constant conversation. But they don't know everything. I need to know from 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓 what they need to know. I asked him, but he didn't send me a reply, so I'm guessing he's trying to get the dragons off of everyone's back right now.
That he is, and he is a dragon, as you know.
Yes. So let's go ahead and open up the call to everybody else. I need to give him some help.
Okay.
He needs assistance too.
Ben begins to lay out some runes for some mass communication. Largely just some initially surrounding cities of 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓 and townships and villages.
They were already informed of a meeting time, so as soon as their time... They were already informed of a meeting time, so...
All right. Then I'm going to go ahead and refer you back to the map of 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓, which is going to be visible on the World Maps tab. It's the very top one there.
Hold on, John. I'm really nauseous.
Take your time.
Get some more water. My period's making me really nauseous this time. We need to talk to Green Egg Crossing. We need to talk to Hondru. We need to talk to Wingstone. And we need to check on Wildridge.
Yeah. Wingstone is where you're going to be
And Carter.
headed. In the Rusted Peaks. biggest place of conflict right now on Sableheart's borders is Wildridge. But yeah.
Wildridge, I can rally people for Wildridge. That's not the issue. I already sent them a dragon. They should be fine.
There's a secondary village in the forest reaches on that border by the name of Solia. Right by the 𝕱𝖔𝖗𝖊𝖓𝖊𝖓, it is a river access point as well.
Let's do that there. Let's also do Carter's Landing.
Okay,
Let's just do the lower half, and then I'll cover the upper half later.
Alright. So you're going to do Handaroo, Wildridge, Carter's Landing, Wildridge, and Green Eye Crossing. Green Eye Crossing, its access points more so go straight into
Film.
Straight into the straight into Sunsmith, and then there's the village of Pelham. Yeah, the single point marks mark villages more than anything else, which those are of lesser influence, but Pelham is a lumber village all the same. So, all right.
Let's hit those villages. They were made aware of a time to meet.
Yes.
And they were given the runes to contact back. So they're going to see into this room. She looks at her kids. Everyone under the bed. She says it in Draconic.
That they do. The first one, obviously, to light up and connect, of course, is the one that already has the infrastructure for this, which is Green Eye Crossing. Followed very quickly by the one in active conflict, already kind of poignant and presently aware of this. Wildridge lights it next. Followed promptly by, let me see here. Followed promptly by the towns of Handaroo and Solia. Carter's Landing then follows up in lighting up after them, and Pelham, being a village location that you granted this, with some delay, does manage to light up.
Ben, you've done at least the groundwork. They're supposed to ask questions, not me.
All right. Wildridge starting first and foremost. When can we expect some extra troops? It is a bloody mess out here.
Did you or did you not see a great woman flying overhead?
That we did. It is a massive bit of flying artillery, however, not so great as to be the precise use and movement of smaller troops. Can you or can you not plumb our King Padrid for more troop motion?
He looks. Tell me what you're seeing, and I'll tell you what I can send.
Contingents of Nautiloid ships en masse dumping foot garrisons. These foot garrisons are equal parts as much thralls as they are outright Ceramorph soldiers. The thralls are pale and pallid, of mixed races, which suggests to me that they most likely have not had much sun exposure. I imagine they're from your neck of the woods.
No, they're from the other side. That's what's scary. There's an east and west to the Underdark, you do know that.
That we do.
My side is shut down. All of my locations up to the mid part of the Underdark are shut down. It is the complete west that is being attacked right now. And they are giving me as much information as they can, as fast as they can. You said there's a 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓. I will send another dragon that direction for that part, but as far as the ground troops, I will send something else.
There are special contingents of those troops that seem to be not entirely alive either.
Undead. Mariana?
Including undead nautiloids in flight.
I'm going to be sending you exponential help. Do not ask where it comes from, but by the color and by the mass and by the deific proportions, you should be able to pray for thanks afterwards to 2 goddesses. She calls into her necklace and she's thinking straight to Umakiku, I need you to send troops. I need you to go with them.
On it.
And I need you to wake up the forest.
On it.
And she looks over at Mariana, I want you to reap as much as you can.
Mm-hmm.
And wake your mom up because I don't think she's going to like what's going on.
The problem of it is with the undead mind flayers, they already don't have souls, so that's going to get to be a problem.
What can I do for that? She looks over at her. What do you want me to send? What would help you?
A machine gun? I'm joking, Mom. I'll figure it out.
Not a bad idea. She pulls out the makeshift machine crossbow that they found. The one that it's like the Leonardo version of a machine gun, but it shoots a bunch of crossbow bullets.
Repeating crossbows have been a thing even in the medieval era.
Yeah, but it's one that shoots at least 200 arrows at a time.
Yeah, theoretically, high-speed repeating crossbows were also a thing, or at least in a design phase before firearms
I know.
started getting produced.
I know, Joe. I know. There's a big story about how one that Leonardo made was basically shut down before production.
Yep.
She hands the model that she found. This one is a magically reproducing one. This should help. Give it to her daughter.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The Wild Ridge link point shuts off. Green Eye Crossing.
Ground groups won't make it in time for that. Ask her what you need.
We are sending out alchemical assistance to every corner of this conflict that we can. We need greater spore shipments from Sharni for both holistic
What
and
kind of spores?
weaponized uses. Broad spectrum. Whatever you can send that has its uses. We're using everything we can. We're selling everything we can, and we're giving away some of what we can.
Spores.
Ingredients are necessary. Spores are already a massive export of Sharni.
Let me
Fungus.
Let me get a confirmation from the Myconid colonies and see what I can do.
Appreciate it.
What do you need me to tell your people, since we need people for this war?
Just show them what they've done to children. Green Eye Crossing is already scarred by when children have been hurt. This town is quite an angry bone that's grown out of the side of that nose. Best get it angrier.
They're dead. I revived them in mass, but they're dead. There's so many dead. Think about Green Eye Crossing on a mass scale, over and over and over and over again, bleeding into the ground. It's worse.
We will send aid down the Creode and down the stones.
I will tell them that this is where he sent the children. That's where they went.
Saliban, we will be expecting you back soon to help organize.
His mother, it will be also part of that delegation. We just have to undo the mind work. You don't have to stay there. She looks over at Ben. I know it makes you uncomfortable. Put her in power. But make sure the Shadowfell has no reach on her first.
A nod as that orb goes quiet.
Who's next?
Next, Helm. Their aid is more directly attached to Green Eye Crossing than anything, mostly just being a lumber village.
How can I help you?
Hi. We're mostly dealing in lumber exports. We're also dealing in secondary fungus farming up here to try and help with the additional alchemical needs for Green Eye Crossing and surrounding areas. If you could, specifically spore seeds be provided to our village to go ahead and help with some of our farming efforts, it would be appreciated.
I can do that. Probably gonna have to make a deal with someone in order to do it, but yes, I can do that.
You live
Doesn't
in Sharney in the Underdark, right? Most of your houses are made of this stuff. I'm sure it
We're
wouldn't
made
be...
of some of the stuff, but some of the more dangerous things, if I was going to ask, are fey in nature. And if we want mass spores for war, that's who I'd have to ask. I'm not afraid to ask her, it's just going to be a little bit of a...
We're backed right into the Faded Pines. One other thing that I might suggest. Something of... We've heard some rumor of those altered whispering coins you have. The Mind Flayers have sent a special breed of pine beetle our way to try and interfere with what we're doing. We've stemmed it for now, but if it gets out of control, it will completely ravage the Faded Pines.
Ben, can I send them over a tester real quick? See if they can make it with one of those trees and see if it works.
Well, yes.
She hands him a jar.
I'm going to send this through. Be sure it works. If it ravages the Faded Pines, it will link to the Emerald Reach, and most of the forested expanse of Sable Hearth will just die. So, better sooner than later.
I will make Pendra and the Fae aware. They have a stake in this now.
As such, this well overworked, doesn't look like he's in official garb of any capacity. Looks like he's a carpenter that just happened to know how to work a crystal ball. Cuts off the connection.
Who?
A carpenter, seemingly, that happened to know how to work a crystal ball. Cuts off the connection. Again,
Turn that back on.
Ben reignites the connection, and the carpenter makes his way back over. Hey, sorry, needed to. I'm in the middle of a couple of things. What else? You need something, then, I guess. Yes.
Shake that jar.
He shakes it, and immediately the worm gets agitated, and you can start to hear snapping of wood and bramble off in the distance, even through the crystal ball.
Hendra, I hope you can hear your trees dying.
Suddenly you feel an absence of a more song-bridled weight in the city of Merkest, where not 2 seconds prior, it was quite heavy. Back to work then.
That, and I'm going to be sending the Fae.
Right.
At least they owe me something.
There are people that live here with shrines to Walker. I'm sure it'll be... I'm sure most people won't be shocked. Brema.
You want mushrooms, you ask for Brema.
Great. Sounds like a plan. Hopefully nobody ends up getting their assholes turned inside out or something. I don't know what Fae do.
No. Let me tell you this. Let me make you very aware. Only offer something to help. Offer the dead trees. Offer your decay. Let her feed off of it.
Cool. She's
And
not
she
getting
will
our
make
graveyards.
She's going to take whatever she needs to
Right
make you
then.
the mushrooms you need.
Okay. Cool. Understood.
But trust me, she really respects the dead.
Right. It's a good thing you passed us this coin, because apparently we've had some tendril-infested direwolves trying to cause problems too.
Ben, send them 2 more. I will need those silver coins back when you get done.
Understood.
This is not a loan. They will be found and they will be hunted.
No, we're not keeping these for... we don't have a means of even exchanging that kind of thing out here.
Okay. You have 3. Should you need more, contact me immediately.
I think we're covered. Thank you. You've done more than enough. And the connection fades off.
She whispers into her necklace for the child at opposite Brema's. I'm going to make a deal with Brema. I need you to get her to contact me.
Child nods. Promptly disappears. There is one last contact point left, which is Wingstone.
And Carter's Landing.
Right. We'll do Carter's Landing first. Carter's Landing lights up.
You were last. Why were you last?
Someone's supposed to go before me. We're trying to answer as quickly as we can. We can't really answer all at the same bloody time, now can we?
I need a bit of better network then. Tell me what I need to do for you.
The whole bloody point of this town is that we're an in-between for bloody everybody.
Sure.
But a short in-between. People don't stop and stay here, hence why we're a town and not a bloody city. But, that said, nothing here's permanent. It's practically a town of carts. We don't move, though. because what people don't know is that there are some permanent things here.
Underneath the ground.
This was a stronghold during the 𝕱𝖊𝖓 Wars. We fought dragons, we fought drakes, we fought all the nature-breathing disaster beasties. Right at the center of everything, and let other people pass through as they needed. We're missing something, though.
Are you missing?
Little, small, wee little runestone. Another one can be made. If and you can do it. And we understand you're doing a little research. You got access to that library down in 𝕱𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓 where things go missing and turn up. Maybe you can find a book with the right rune in it, get it made, and get it sent here. And
What
then our
kind of
wee little...
rune?
You'll know it when you see it.
No, that's not a question.
Any document that references it, we'll call it
No.
the
Sir.
𝕱𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓𝖊𝖓 rune. Any document that references it, we'll call it the 𝕱𝖓𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓 rune.
I know what nomads' runes were on the original world. Try me, sir.
Well, if you could, find it and make it with a quickness.
She looks over at Ben.
Doesn't matter if
This
it's on
is-
slate, on limestone, on sandstone, on a frickin' petrified wood. We need the one thing. And then things gonna be
She
a lot
looks at-
easier for everybody.
She looks up at Ben and she's really confused. You've done information hunt on the city. What is he talking about?
Carter's Landing, way back in the day, was, at least as far as a human settlement was concerned, it was a gypsy town, but they actually settled it. And when dragons came around, they had to figure that out. So they laid in a lot, and I mean a lot of old magic that had a lot more substance than it used to.
Gypsy runes.
The
Those are
people of
older
Carter's
gods.
Landing, as they are now, are a much wider mix of people, but they still know what made the place originally. At least the people that actually
You know
run
that
it.
you do know that gypsy runes are much older gods, right?
I'm aware. I'm aware.
They're not allowed to interfere across lines. I have to get permission in order to make it for the communist Mentis.
Maybe that's why the rune went missing.
I'm going to say this, sir. Do you know what your runes do?
Turns our moving shantytown into an actual bloody fortress. Turns the moving markets into stable markets.
Do you know why we haven't... Do you know how old your rune work is?
It's not part of my ancestry. I'm quarter elven.
Is there a human nearby?
Not that ain't busy. But I'll
Then you're
take
gonna have
what
to
you...
grab one.
I'll take what info you give me. I ain't gonna judge it.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you this. We don't meddle in gods from other worlds. Especially from the original Terra. We try not to interfere with them. Our city violates the rules.
Well, okay. I'm not the most learned folk, right? But I do know
Okay,
something
so-
about... how gods work now. They've taken titles that old gods, that older gods used to have. Could you not repurpose an older thing under the title of a new god as long as it matched? I'm
Not
considered
with okay, I'm going to let you know
from a
something
weird
about
ideas.
gypsies. Okay, so you know how in elven concepts there were gods that basically eliminated a great amount of people.
Right,
Yes. So think about it like that. Gypsies will dance on your grave. It's a curse for your entire line. We do not mess with gypsy runes.
It sounds like hag stuff.
old. It is a hag thing.
Then ask a hag about it. Maybe. I don't know.
She's going to call the member of the Communist Mentis into the room. Because they're here.
Yeah. What do you need?
Can you tell me why the rune in Carter's Landing went missing?
It no longer served a purpose.
It does serve a purpose. It creates that thing to be a fortress. But it does violate the rules of cross interplanetary or inter-ring god worship. That interferes with the structure of the world. It makes them able to transport between the rings. That's what I'm saying.
Mm.
It's a gypsy god.
Yeah, I get it. Another rune might still do what you need it to. As long as it has the same purpose. The thing about runes that old, they were always built out of intention. More than who they were directed at. There's always more the why.
That entire structure is going to have to be rebuilt. Gypsy stuff is dangerous. This is Angel thinking, knowing exactly what kind of magic that is. Reading stories and reading stuff from Griffin, that was the most dangerous out of all of them. And it's probably because of hags. It makes sense. It's Fae and hag is what it sounds like. I will ask a hag. So you're going to have to wait. I understand that your city is a fortress and it's a transport. I will send you something to make it a better fortress. But I think that you're going to have to think about how you transport. You're giving me something that is way too powerful.
Lately,
And it
we've
can
been
give you
doing it with
something
Whale and
different.
Wood. But there were older ways this place did it. Way better ways.
Like what?
Supposedly, there were cairn stones. You could roll a cart through it and it would show up in another place.
It's primordial magic. What lives under your city?
Under the town?
Under the town.
Lives under here? I imagine some gophers. Bugs.
Deeper.
I don't know where in the Underdark's under us. If there is a spot in the Underdark under us.
She pulls up the map and puts it on top of it. Oh my god. Man. Do you have anybody who's older that's lived in your town older than you, sir? By any chance that knows the lore of the town?
She's sleeping. Don't want to bug her.
Wake her up! This is war. Would you like my help or not, sir?
Fine. I'll blame you if she pulls my ear off.
That's fine.
Physically walks away and leaves you hanging on an open channel of communication for a good 4 minutes.
She looks over at Ren. The thought process she gives him mentally.
He's fighting not to laugh.
Don't. There's no brain. There's no brain. And she basically says to him mentally, there's no brain.
Hobbling her way in. Looks to be an old woman in her, late 90s. And the only thing that gives her away is not human is the slightest bit of point that peeks out from the frazzle of her hair, telling her to be centuries far beyond that age.
Hello? Who is this?
She peeks out
Depends on what you
through
see.
wrinkled over eyes where you can see the eyes poking through almost through that depth. If only barely through that narrow point of focus.
She's going to speak in Old Sylvan.
Oh! I haven't heard this tongue in quite some time. To whom am I speaking?
The person who knows what you are.
Oh. Dearie.
That's why I'm not going to give it away.
Not all of us are selfish things.
I know
Evil things.
that. I understand that.
And I find myself to be more of a crone than a hag. If I'm being truthful.
That makes sense.
As such, I will not divulge my name if it is not asked, but what do I owe this conversation?
He needs a rune. Would you like to explain why he needs a rune?
Because war is beginning to rip across the lands, across 𝕲𝖊𝖓, across north, across every reach and every height and every depth. Because the tenderless things never quite let go. They just slinked away, even while they held and wrapped around with their grip.
She's not used them. She's not dragging them down, is she? She's living with them. She's kept
She
the city
is.
alive.
She is.
There are older things still that are backing them.
This place, this area, and whatever is left of the world outside of our lovely slice of the world that broke off. It's full of history. Old things, old magics, even before these so-called gods took over with their influences, that still hold the world together, it seems. But you know what I am. You know that they need their opening. It can't be made by my hands. It can only be blessed by mine. It need be made by hands that are mortal.
But you can protect the city because of your age.
Oh, of course. Well, protection isn't really the right answer. But I have my way of keeping the things I like safe from the things
Well,
I don't.
Do I catch anything weird there, Joe?
Insight check.
Because those guys are mad at what is older. And also Venestra just found an entire thing of rune. It's an 18 plus 8. What Angel's doing right now.
This
She's
seems to
wearing-
be like a very protective elder being. Despite her statement against being protective of people, she seems to be bound to the place and by extension will be protecting whomsoever lives upon it.
I'm trying to see if I can feel the dissonance from the other beings around her at all. If it feels like that.
In terms of, I would say this, in terms of presence, she seems to blend in with just about everybody around, almost like everybody's treating her like an old grandmother, even down to the man who's like, I don't want to wake her up right now. I'm going to blame you if she pulls my ear off. But there is a power and a presence to her and a competence that defies that treatment of her, even just by that initial mortal individual. And I think it is something that they are not, in a broader sense, aware of, and that's probably by design.
What story does she remind me of? I've read all the old stories, all the old fairy tales. Because the only thing I can remember is Baba Yaga, because that's what she sounds like. She feels like that.
Baba Yaga was hostile by her.
Yes, but the original story was not.
Yeah.
The secondary story was yes, but the original story of what it was, the original concept of it was not.
Roll me a history check.
A natural 20 on the history check.
Okay. Yeah, natural 20. There are elements of her that remind you a little bit of Baba Yaga. But she also has elements that remind you of like the old lady in the shoe, and it goes down into a laundry list of like older crone-like figures in dozens of fairy tales that she seems to match up with. None of which are necessarily hostile, just kind of like the fundamental representation of the grandmother who wants to not be bothered.
She's gonna speak in German. Grandmother, how old are you?
As old as the moon.
This is where she's going to try something different. She looks over. She's going to speak in Russian. My grandmother, what big teeth you have.
How many do you need to know about?
And her smile widens, and her teeth shrink to yet still fill the smile into an impossibly long, uncomfortable row. And it hangs partially open to where you can see in that depth row after row behind it.
She's
More
gonna
like a
think
mouth
to
of
Griffin,
organized gravel.
She's going to think to Griffin, I need you to see this.
You think I wasn't already looking at this shit? This is wild.
She's going to change dialects again to a very old dialect for Spanish. And she's going to say, Abuelita, why are you standing on the hill?
To protect what lives in it.
Whoa. Griffin.
He said a while ago that he was probably going to sleep. I think he finally...
Passed out.
Yeah.
She looks over at this woman. If I give you a rune, will you protect the city from them?
I protect what's mine. And they never
So does the
belonged.
Will you keep the city in the sun?
I'll keep this town from frowning. And the sun is the best way to do it.
She looks over at Griffin. Bring me the old gypsy books that you have.
Sure. Eventually he speeds
The
off
ones
and
with the
gathers
rune.
those.
The one with the runes in them.
Go ahead and give me an investigation check with advantage, as you've been told also specifically what to look for, and that it would be fairly easy to know when you found it.
With an investigation of 18 plus 12.
Mm-hmm. +18 plus 12. The Nomad's Rune. Notably, you find a bit of commonality between two types of books. First of all, in Romani Gypsy history, for the Nomad Rune, but also when looking through some Sylvan arcanography. When it comes to Fae, Nomad Rune is a little bit ironic for its name, as it's designed to keep a place in one place. However, its every out goes quite far indeed. And you find it easily enough. From the explanations of the runes, particularly in the Sylvan arcanography, doesn't matter really what material it's written into. It always has to be written by somebody who is explicitly mortal. It cannot be written by Fae, cannot be written by Celestial, cannot be written by anything that is considered magical in its nature as a being. But then it can be blessed by something that is, and then it gains its potency.
She goes and gets Christina, who does not have any magic.
Yeah.
Can you write on something for Mommy?
Mm-hmm.
I want you to take this paintbrush and I want you to write this symbol on this piece of wood for me.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, she's going to take a stone and do it.
Oh, okay.
And your daughter gleefully paints this out. She does add some affectations, flowery designs outside of it.
She's going to use a large diamond gemstone, because like a one that's like a long sliver of diamond.
Mm-hmm.
So it will last a long time.
Yeah.
And she's going to use the paint that we got, not from the Fae, the paint that we got from just the normal mortals, that would dissolve and create the patterns that you put in stone.
Yeah. The etching paints.
Yeah. She hands it over to Ben. Send it through.
He passes it through.
Oh. A child drew this one. Might I know her name?
As long as she's protected. Her name is Christiana.
Delightful. Well then, it's time Carter's Landing returned to its former versatility.
She pets her daughter's head. I will send anything you need. Is there anything you need? What would you get to basically get people to... What can I send you that you can broadcast?
What I can broadcast into the dreams of those who sleep. Tell me
She shows them...
what you would like me to let people know.
She takes the memory stone out of her pocket. The one that holds all of the things that she's seen. And she puts it against her forehead. And shows them all of you.
That will
What
work.
happened with the day that... Shows them what happened to the changelings and the holes in that poor reptilian's face.
That will work just fine.
I did that to everyone.
I do suggest, at your leisure, of course, away from the stresses of the unfolding chaos, do visit Carter's Landing when you all have a chance. The place will have gone through some changes since you've last seen it.
Of course.
Not that anybody living here will notice. They never do.
I will. I always do.
As the
She looks over.
connection on the orb begins to fade, you are hearing a rumbling and shifting of rock and earth as that connection fades.
Can we see the next one, please? This is the last one.
Finally, Wingstone.
She's like, and then this is point Angel's starting to cry because she's just like, old things are just so terrifying sometimes.
Right, hello, is this thing on? This thing on?
Yes, it's on. It's on.
Fucking hate these magic things. Right, so, how are you doing?
Doing good. You need to look into the... It's the grandpa trying to figure out the cameras.
I'm gonna look at it the right way.
No, pull it down just a little bit. Down just a little bit.
Like this?
No.
No.
I can't see your face.
Wait a sec.
Oh! There's a little gnome girl on the end here.
Hi.
Hello there.
Hi.
Wait, right, sorry. Little gnome, that might have been offensive.
No, I'm fine.
It's redundant too, gnomes are already little.
Oh, she also sent the grandmother what happened to those children, that noise that she heard in the top of her head and what happened to her.
Yeah.
Everything she knows about the elephant and the war. She did not, but the thing that she told them is about the things that are older. She already knew what they were. That's what scared Angel. She already knew what they were.
Well,
what
then.
scared Angel was the fact that she knew.
Notably, this dwarf
Hi.
has some piercing green eyes. How might I help you?
Wow. You have some beautiful eyes there, sir.
I try.
I have a question. Knowing what I know about dragons that become human, there are certain features that don't die down.
Roll me an Arcana check.
Yes. Please, yes. Please let it be a dragon in disguise. Please let it be a city of dragons in disguise. Oh! It's a natural 20! Fuck yes!
So Wingstone was one of the other recorded cities to have a dragon presiding over its safety. Notably, a copper dragon above the rusted peaks. Copper are poison-breathing dragons, notable to be the counters directly to green dragons. As such, their eyes are also green like their chromatic cousins. And the beard on this dwarf is notably red like a sheen of fresh mined copper.
Well, I know that there's a female one that lives on the top of the mount where the monks live.
Well,
This is not the same one, is it?
female dwarves
I've
also
met
have
her.
beards.
Yeah, but it's not the same one, Joe.
True. You look like you saw through something.
Of course I did.
Am I not that good at it?
No, it's just I have so much more experience recently. There's all of
Lads,
it,
she saw through it.
She whistles and all the dragons come up from under the bed.
Oh yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Lads, she saw through it. She saw through it, did she? Really? Another dwarf pops their head in, another dwarf pops their head in, still copper-toned, beard and green eyes.
It works with Converse, yes! The Converse are
3 and then 4 come into view. And then they finally just drop it and shift into full
There we
draconic
go.
forms.
Right, well, shame that I couldn't quite fool you, but that's not quite the point now, is it? So, how can we help you? Yes, how can we help you? Yes, how can we help you?
My question is, how can I help you, considering we're starting a war?
Right, well, we're here dealing with the iron exports and all that, and supplying iron and steel to the neighbouring cities and everything else. A lot of southern exports. We're very, very close to the war effort, and of course, naturally, as such, the tenderly little bastards are trying to make what we're doing a right mess. And here's the thing, I don't mind it, rightly. I could go for calamari, but you eat it every day. It starts to get sickening.
I have a question. Do all the dragons start giggling because they're just like, there's more dragons across the
Yeah.
visual. Oh, look!
Notably, one of the other ones starts to turn a little greener in its copper tone, just from the mention of eating so much calamari.
Okay.
Gets to be a bit
So where are they
much, right? And you sent over your wee ones that were quite massive, actually. They've been a little bit helpful going over the borders and what have you. But, our wife has been getting impatient. Yeah, she's been getting impatient.
You have one wife? She looks over at like at Ben. One wife? Which was the wife?
Oh my god. That copper dragon lady that you met earlier?
Oh my god. Are
Copper.
you serious?
Copper. It's either a copper polycule or, God's forbid, a copper harem.
She puts her hands over her kid's ears. It's like 15 little muffs go on, and she's like, how would that work? And her mind is she's got like mental earmuffs going on, trying to think about the logistics of that.
You look a little confused.
Sorry. She looks over. When is Nick getting back?
You can hear his foot falls down the hall. He's maybe 2 minutes away from getting to you.
Give me a minute. She waits for 2 minutes. He sends the baby dragons. Okay. Everybody needs to go get a snack from Auntie Lillian. Go.
Okay. And they all bolt off.
She mentally lets Lillian know they're headed her way for a minute, get a snack. And to hold them as long as she can, considering it's only going to take like 5 minutes for them to devour whatever she puts in their mouths.
Yeah.
She looks over at Nick. You have to see this. You have to see this.
See what? Oh my god.
They're married to the big dragon.
How many of them are there?
Big one.
Oh, there's 3 of us right here. There's 2 more. They're out and about right now. And then, well, she did just recently take into her company, or into her under her wing, so to speak, a few more humans. That's been kind of fun.
She looks over at Nick.
I don't know what to think about this.
How does the logistics work?
Oh, it's simple. We form a conga
Okay.
line. Or you could think about it like worker bees.
Angel's trying real hard not to say what her head is thinking right now.
Of course, that's neither here nor there for those of us that also just swing for both sides.
It's a dragon centipede.
Dragon centipede. I think I'm gonna get murdered tonight.
So bad. She looks over at these men, she's like... So, they need help with the illithid. They're dragons, and they don't want to eat any more calamari.
It's been every day. We've been keeping order in the city. City practically doesn't know the war. There's a war going on, except for the fact that we advertise it.
Can you see if there's any difference between the Ceramorphs that you have that are dead that are probably sitting somewhere behind you?
We'll have to go sifting through the, well,
Of course, I get that, but the whole point is
compost
that
pile.
there's... I don't care. The problem is I need to know if there's a difference in the boning.
I mean, there is a bit of a difference in the boning depending on how many of us are... Wait, that's not what you're talking about.
No. No. We're talking about anatomy.
I mean, would you like to know? It's sort of one of the ways we could sort of get into some wingstone diplomacy, if you catch what we mean.
Looks over at Nick.
We are each of us, each other's wingmen.
She looks over at Nick and her like whole body shivers. She's like,
I don't, what the fuck?
they're propositioning you. And me.
Put a pin in it? I want to say no, but I don't want to say it out loud.
We could have dinner with them, but nothing else.
Dinner is something. Dinner
There we go.
Dinner is something. Though we'd have to have her with us. And the other 2.
Yeah.
And the humans. Because they're kind of part of the thing now. That'll be interesting.
Doesn't she have the humans all dressed up in, like, jewelry at this point? That she does, yeah. Well, it's because we're shiny already and the humans aren't, so she had to kind of make up for it.
So her neck and her hands just like got her head like this. And she's like, they didn't need the reins of Somrill. They made their own quartet. Or octuplet. Or 10. What's the 10 version of that?
Dectuplet? I don't know.
All right, so I'm thinking, sir, that we...
Well, we like to call it a choir because there's a lot of singing going on, but anyway.
Oh my god, this is getting worse. She looks over at Ben. Is Ben trying to do the mental logistics too? Is there a moment of like...
You could practically see the smoke coming out of Ben's ears.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work. And he has got a Fae girlfriend. He's one of those moments. His Fae wife is like, nope, it didn't work. That didn't work. Nope, and I can have like 12 of her and I still don't get it.
But anyway.
So, how? So what do you think?
We were looking to... Sorry, did we start to ramble? The rest of you, the lot of you, I'm the one who talks. The lot of you, out. And the one who answered is one of the ones who leaves. Right, so... Big point. Let's get to the big point here. Eating Theramorph all the bloody time is a bit of a mess. That said... There are also dragons trying to creep up on our territory. There's a bunch of us. We're not going to manage it. But we need to stick to the queen. It's kind of the deal. Kind of the point. Kind of the whole shtick and shebang. So, we need an exchange of engineers for some anti-air weaponry. Yes, we realize that could be used against us, but we run the joint.
How big do you need this weaponry to be?
Oh. Scorpion-class ballista, my thanks.
And what kind of shape pattern around the center part of where you live?
Shape and positioning we'll worry about. Quantity.
No. Shape and positioning is important. Shape and positioning is important because I can make this almost a city-sized thing because there's an entire island that's run with the same type of ballista.
We'll worry about positioning ourselves and where to put them. We need 20.
She pulls out her phone and she's calling Crentus's grandmother. Oh, this woman is gonna kick my butt. I'm gonna order like
what do you need?
Kid or something. Okay, so I need to know which engineer made the ballista that's on side of your island.
I'll get him. The orb gets angled down to this little halfling with goggles that have just kind of blown up the visual of his eyes. Hello, what do you need?
I need you to make those runed dragon pillars that you made, those fantastic ones that don't break down.
Oh yes, I can do that. How many?
Can you make me 20? Can you make 20 of them?
When do you need them?
When do you need them?
Rightly, as soon as you can get them.
As soon as we can. A QAP.
Okay, so... Rush job?
Yes, rush job. How much do I need to pay you? What do you pay him in?
Recipes. He likes to cook when he's not making weapons of war.
What kind of recipes?
any? He's a halfling. They're kind of kitchen psychos.
She calls down to her halfling chef.
Yes, what do you need?
Do you know this halfling?
I'll be in my chambers if you need me later.
He proceeds to walk away.
Is he mad? Is he mad?
Yep.
Hold on. Hold on. What's the story? No. She's just like, wait.
You don't spite the hand that feeds you.
She looks over at Brick. Get back here. You tell me the story.
Catch me later.
No. Tell me now. You were the leader of my kitchen. What did you do?
That's a no good, underappreciative, good for nothing son-in-law.
Okay, we're having this moment. She basically
Stole my
pulls him
daughter.
back in with the dragon tail. Pulls him in with the dragon tail. Let's try this again, shall we? You stole your daughter. So apparently you stole his daughter.
Stole? No. We met, we fell in love. We eloped so that we would have to deal with seeing him at any wedding because he's insufferable.
Why did he consider you insufferable?
He's an engineer.
So?
When he came from a famous line of cooks, it's an insult.
Do you? Okay, this is
What's
the point where she
insulting is that you
basically
feel my value diminished in the hands of your daughter. When she's quite happy with me, as are our 3 sons and 1 daughter.
She basically
Daughter to
lifts
be.
this man up into the air. Basically, she lifts her chef up into the air. With telekinesis.
You infected her with your spawn?
Okay, I have a question. What's the difference between
Infected?
engineering
I
and
gave
cooking?
her a gift.
Hold on, sir. What's the difference between an engineer and a chef?
Taste. An
Nothing.
engineer has none.
No, hold on.
I still cook as a hobby, you cook.
Hold on. Both. Nick, help me.
Oh no.
Pep.
Why?
She
This is
looks-
funny.
I'm going to ask the dragon in your gut to help me if you don't.
Fine, what do you need me to help you with?
Okay. She looks over at her Fae phone. She like reaches through the Fae phone and grabs the small man. We're going to
Oh.
play this my way.
I wasn't in a point of hostility, but okay, if we're here, they're not putting up, you rockin' piece of shit.
And he's immediately putting his hands up at the floating man.
She's like, pass him through the phone. I need him here. They're going to duke this out with food. I'm not playing this game.
How about this? We schedule that.
No. I have a perfectly valid kitchen. They're gonna handle it now because I'm not playing this game between an engineer who's basically the exact same thing as a chef and a chef.
I make an art of war.
That's right.
And I make food wars. That wasn't as intimidating as you thought it sounded.
It really does. It really, really isn't. In case you're and this is the point where she looks over. Would you like me to include 𝕱𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓𝖊𝖘𝖎 cooking into your cooking? Because that is also cooking.
You wouldn't dare.
It tastes the same.
You take
There's the
that
biggest
back.
insult she can give that man. You couldn't cook with 𝕱𝖓𝖓𝖓 as well as long pork if you can't understand that an engineer can do the same thing as a chef. They are different, but the same.
You ever watched an alligator get cooked inside out in 3 seconds?
It's really cool.
I made a ballista bolt that can do that. And it comes out a perfect medium rare.
Oh my god. She looks over at Quintus's grandmother. Send me this man, like today. I'm dealing with this today. I'll give him even a free pass back home if it doesn't work.
She just casts teleport on him to.
Whoa, that was... My elbows feel tingly.
You are going to outcook him. We're going to have a contest in the kitchen.
Oh, I'm going
and
to
you're going
cook
make
him?
pretty delicious.
Great. Finally, I get to get this bastard off my plate.
No. Outcook him. You are a chef. Treat it like a chef competition.
Fine.
And
The
because
stakes?
he hasn't had as many stakes are, and this is the point between the chef, you don't get to insult your son-in-law ever again.
He's no son-in-law of mine.
He is your son-in-law, and if he wins, you have.
Oh, I am your son-in-law. I have the wedding ring and the cock ring to prove it.
Oh my god, shut up. Shut up. He puts her hand over his mouth. Shut up. Does he remember he's...
Immediately,
You
there's a
have to
butcher's
acknowledge
knife
him.
being held out that Nick is just holding back with one
Yeah.
hand to his halfling's forehead.
She looks over. I'm letting you know. She looks over at the copper dragons. If you would like to teleport here, because you'll be the one teleporting all that stuff back, just one of you. That'll make it really easy for me while the other 4 hold down the fort. So you don't have to leave. And plus, it'd be great. You could taste the food. You could bring some back to the queen. Oh my god, I hope Venestra gets back in time because it's almost dinner time at this point. They've been out talking to each other and I'm tired.
I'd say for narrative hilarity, Venestra could get back in the middle of this halfling spat.
Oh my god. She looks over at, that's what she looks over the copper dragons. Just send one of you over. She basically sends them the rune to come over here. In the transport rune. Oh my god, this is insane.
Hello, welcome in for the
Venestra
first
said, question,
time.
what's Angel's passive perception?
FR, I am just a guy. Well, welcome in, just a guy. Fry him. FR, is that for
18.
real? I don't know.
He's an 18.
In this homebrew
Right now,
setting, every
she's still
halfling
out.
is Gordon Ramsay with their psychopathy amped up to 11. It is what it is.
Y'all done a cadaver collector before? Yeah, actually.
Vi's just going to speak up, sat somewhere in the room. I've been here the entire time, Angel.
Just
I'm
sitting and
so
watching this.
tired. I'm so tired.
Been a long
He's
session.
like,
There's
okay.
been some people here. Now it's only 2 left. It is what it is.
Hi guys. So she looks
Well
over
met.
at over at
Thank
this
you
this
for the
poor
follow.
halfling. She looks over at the halfling who's basically being held in the air at this point. who's our chef, and she's basically holding him in the air.
And I
You
will
have to-
murder you in this cooking competition.
No,
You'll
you will not.
try. I'll flay you alive. But I'll flay some fish first.
Okay, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. I'm going to give each of you a blind box. It's going to be the same blind box, and you have to make something tasty out of the ingredients.
Oh, you're doing chopped rules with him. Okay.
Yes, I am, because this is fucking annoying.
You know, usually it's the DM's job to make the players do this shit. But the players making NPCs do this shit is also amusing as hell. So let's do this.
She looks over at the chef, the father-in-law, and she's like, and if you, and this is a 3-course meal, and you have to cook it for an entire grouping, but you only have the ingredients in the box, and you have to use every single one of them. No matter how weird it is, no matter how crazy it is, it has to be incorporated in the dish.
I've worked with weird before. Oh, I've worked with fucking weird before.
Very subtle difference in
kitchen
the
is set
voices
up-
here. No wonder the father-in-law
She
hates.
says she's gonna separate the kitchen. She's like, she walks him down the kitchen. She gives the copper dragon a rune to get here so he can have dinner with everybody. So we can take back his ballista.
Yeah.
And she says to the man who's who's going to be in the competition, after you're done eating, you are free to go and make the ballista in a private room. I have a space where you can make it.
Delightful.
Just tell me what... So she sets up the kitchen where she divides the kitchen into 2 areas, and 𝕱𝖓𝖓 is the middle, and so is Griffin. If either of them crosses the line, you can chop off their hands. We're playing this fair, folks.
Now, for the sake of simplicity, also because it is getting to a later point in the night, I'm going to roll 1d20 for each of them for their cooking performance here.
I'm letting you know the weird ingredients were purple worm meat and
Mhm.
roper meat, which is in one of the boxes, and you
Yep.
have to use it in the same dish, and they have to meld together, and it's very difficult to do that. And then there's an ooze and red dragon meat, specifically a chocolate ooze and a red dragon meat.
Okay.
Now, the weirdest one is going to be one that only Violet will get to taste and 𝕱𝖓𝖓 will get to taste. It is long pork.
Well, naturally. So, the engineer does a purple worm and red dragon spin effectively on chicken cordon bleu.
No, they're two separate.
Two separate.
One is an appetizer, and the second part is the main course. So the red dragon and the ooze is the main course. They have to
Red
make
dragon and ooze is the
something
main
with the
course.
same meat. Yep.
Okay.
Mhm.
Gotcha. Well, with the purple worm meat, the engineer does a spin on chicken cordon bleu. And the father-in-law takes some time to cure the purple worm basically into a bacon. And basically does a bacon-wrapped barbecue out of that set initially.
What
Now,
does he do with the roper meat?
the purple worm is the bacon wrapped around the roper meat, effectively. As the roper meat is a little bit more insect-like, it's the more delicate one, so being wrapped around with the purple worm like a shell almost felt like the right move. Now that said,
Okay.
while the concept was great, it was executed okay. He rolled a natural 14 plus some really good modifiers. That said, the engineer rolled a natural 20. This chicken cordon bleu concept really panned out.
Okay. So what is he going to do with the dragon and the chocolate ooze?
Dragon and the chocolate ooze. The engineer is going to go ahead and do a... What the fuck is the word I'm looking for?
Spread?
Like a mole.
Is it a mole?
He's going to go mole
Mhm.
with it. Whereas the father-in-law is going to go ahead and try a spin on like Peking duck, using the chocolate ooze as kind of a glaze to accomplish that. Now, that'll be using some spices to go ahead and try and make that work. We'll see how that goes. The Peking duck concept does not pan out well with a natural 3. The mole, however, with the second crit in a row from the engineer, works out beautifully.
The final dish is going to be the long pork.
Long pork.
It's hard to cook it.
Yeah. Now, using some magical means for accelerated curing, the engineer is going to go 𝕱𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓 pork with it.
Ooh, that's gonna be nice.
Whereas the father-in-law is going to go classic with it and go specifically chicharrón.
Wow.
Man, it is not the father-in-law's day. That's a natural 6. Still really good modifiers. It's not a bad dish by any stretch. It's just he's rolling low for what he can roll. Right?
It's just his rage. It's just his rage.
The good performance of his son-in-law is feeling like a personal slight every time, and it is making him fumble every further time. Now, the son did not roll another crit. He did, however, roll a natural 18 plus his modifiers, and so therefore still far exceeded the father-in-law.
Can I flavor that for you, Joe?
Of course I'm rolling really well when I'm rolling against myself here.
I have a question, Joe. Can I flavor that last part for you?
I mean, sure. The last course is cannibalism. Let's be perfectly clear here. So by all means, flavor it.
So, well, technically, Violet smells it halfway through and is like, I think this is my food, and takes it like right as it's finished and out of the oven, and is like, this is great. And it just like takes and splits it with 𝕱𝖓𝖓𝖓.
Yeah, the 𝕱𝖓𝖓𝖓 pork, though, does require more delicate handling.
I know, but it's Violet. She knows what it is. She's just like, this is my food. And I'm letting you know, Halcyon is completely disgusted. She's just sitting there eating it like she's the happiest person in the world. But what's scary is it's not cannibalism for her. It's cannibalism for everybody else.
True. It's like, socially, that's remarkably... You know what? This is the best day of your life, and I'm just going to let you have it.
She's a dragon. Technically, you remember the Ceramorphs were squid calamari. Still type of like cannibalism, Joe, if you're thinking about it. It's still you eating another creature.
Yeah, broad scale eating sapient mortals would be considered cannibalism in a D&D setting, I think.
Yeah, but still Ceramorphs were technically sapient beings, so...
Yeah. However, there are sapient beings that are confirmed to not have souls.
But she looks over at Heather because this is the best I've had in a while. And he's like, he looks over, he's like, it's not as good as yours, but it's pretty close.
Only you're telling me, but you know what? You know why it's really good for me? Because I didn't have to cook it.
They're giggling at each other, just enjoying each other's comedy.
Some really, really hardcore professional chefs have a guilty pleasure of a goddamn McDouble from McDonald's. Like, compared to what they can produce, garbage food, right? It's like what can be really satisfying at the end of the day sometimes isn't always the most incredible thing. That said, this is really well done, even by 𝕱𝖓𝖓𝖓 standards.
She looks over at the father-in-law. And what do we say to our newfound family? You're never gonna get to see your grandchildren if you don't do either other way.
You're not a bad cook.
She looks over at.
Is that the closest you can get to a compliment, you piece of shit? That's fine. I still got your daughter. And 5 kids. 6th on the way.
Can any of them cook?
Some of them are already learning. And they can do a scramble already way better than he can. Of course, they did learn from their father. I scrambled his daughter's eggs really well.
Can you stop? She basically takes a book and she starts beating that man over the head with it. Stop.
I'm
stop,
making a
stop,
point
stop,
of
stop,
disgusting
stop,
him
stop.
out of spite.
Stop. It doesn't help. It makes it worse.
That's the point.
No.
I thrive off of spite. It flavors my food. It's why I won.
She looks over at him and she puts her hand on his chin. Would you like me to tell your employer that I've cursed you so you can't have any more children after this?
6 is an unlucky number. At least they'll let me have one more.
She's like, she looks over at Griff. She looks over at Nicodemus. He's my. I understand how this culture works, Nick, but I can't handle disrespect. It bothers me.
He's dealing disrespect back from disrespect handed to him, though. It's a bit of a...
She looks over at the man who was basically the father-in-law. Apologize.
Just let me swallow my pride and go back to the kitchens.
No. She pulls him over here. We're not playing this game. I've seen better halfling families in this kitchen that are not you. I am so disappointed. Not only with your presentation, but the cook. She picks up the fork and she puts it back down and she has tasted it.
Again, with his modifiers, even a natural 3 is really good food. But it's still subpar for what he could produce.
I know, but that's what I'm telling him. That's what I'm saying right now. I'm disappointed in your cook. Basically, the finish of what you just did.
Fine. I'm sorry for terrorizing you and trying to scare you away from my daughter. Also trying to murder you once I found out that you were dating. On more than one occasion. And cutting off 3 of your toes.
It doesn't matter. His employer threw him back for him.
And trying to sever your spine and make you paraplegic. Actually, I tried to make you quadriplegic, but I missed.
And she calls up. She grabs Griffin's favor and calls Prentice's grandma. Can I have the wife over here, please? Please, I need a voice of reason. I need a female voice of reason to tell this man what's what. I can't do it myself. She also calls the halfling's wife in because she can't take it anymore. Her brain is like breaking at this point. She's like, oh, please, I need the females in this situation.
Popping in is this man's daughter and the engineer's wife.
No, yeah. It's the wife of the chef that I have. And the daughter of that's basically their daughter.
The wife of the chef you have walks in and looks at the daughter who just gets teleported in with adoration. This spite seems entirely one-sided.
Daddy, are you two at it again?
In my kitchen, no less.
I was going to beat him at a cooking competition, Daddy. There's a reason you cook for nobles and not for my family.
on. Technically, you also cook for nobles, so I'm not going to say anything.
True.
And I love her. She's amazing. And I also know that the only reason your man is working under her is because she'll never give up her pink cake recipe, even if you want her to.
Thoros has outclassed you by miles, and it wasn't his cooking skills that attracted me to him. It wasn't his prowess. It wasn't his engineering skills. It was his ability to listen. Something that Mom said you had for her. But apparently, you don't have it for anybody else. He has it for a lot more people. Maybe you could learn something from him. Just saying.
How many months do you want me to dock your pay right now? She looks over at the chef.
None.
She looks over at the wife. I can give it to her.
Oh, that's deal. Could we do 6 months?
This man's head
That works.
turns with the sounds of a creaking door.
That works. He's looking over at this woman.
Babe, we're at war and you're having a marital spat with my adored son-in-law, who's putting his efforts to work with this war effort.
Yeah, and they're both insulting each other. His blows were lower. She looks over at the son-in-law. That's probably why it just keeps getting him riled up in a circle.
My blows were lower because his blows were physical first.
It doesn't matter whose blows are lower. It matters who's the bigger man. And
So
who
it's
knows
just
how to
still me.
shut up.
Okay, fair.
Hey, Nicodemus.
Yeah.
How many kids do you have, Nick?
I've got to get a ledger.
You talk about a bigger man.
I'm a changeling. I can be as big as I need to be. Although you're a gnome, so the proportions are a little bit... Lovey, do we need to talk about this right now?
I'm trying to make a point.
I think it's been made thoroughly.
Mm-hmm. She looks over at the younger man, or basically the younger halfling. If you want him to stop bothering you, ignore him.
That's why I went to the Rusted Peaks to work as an engineer, and I took my wife with me.
He's in Lilu. They're in Lilu. Prentice's mother is in Lilu.
That's why I took my wife to Lilu to work on these islands.
DM's brain is a little bit... Like I said, the BRB went a little long because my brain started to boil. It's a little scrambled.
Vinestra said also as a just in case, Joe. Sent a question.
What?
She looks over at both of them and she's like, I will leave your lineage alone. She looks over at that poor little girl. Basically, he's dealing with her dad being a butthead and her husband also being a butthead to her dad.
Ugh.
Stop arguing at him. It doesn't help you at all. Just ignore him and cook better than him like you already did.
Easily done.
Are we clear? She looks at the small man.
We're clear.
She looks at her chef. You get to take 2 weeks off, and she gets your paycheck.
Fine.
And you get to go spend times being grandpa. And you better be happy for it.
Fine. I didn't know I was a grandpa until now. Much less to 5.
Didn't matter. You'd hurt those grandkids, I beat you.
Why would I ever...
Because some people are horrible. I have had a rough go of it. And my
Nick-
adoptees you can look at all my adoptees and say that.
Nick pipes up at the man, trying to imply it's ridiculous. I think I remember you saying that he infected your daughter with his spawn. Doesn't fill me with confidence that you'll treat those kids well.
She looks over at Archimedes. Archimedes, where is your oldest child that has not been adopted yet?
Hasn't been adopted for a reason. He's mine.
She looks at Archimedes.
Mine.
No, she's looking at Archimedes.
Mine.
What if I gave him a mission and he had to come back afterwards? What if he has to guard the little kids of this halfling?
Persuasion
For the
check.
visit? For extra bacon and belly rubs.
You are
An
you are
18
conveniently talking
plus-
to the group of NPCs that all have similar voices right now.
I know, but actually technically he has a accent with it, which is the Boston accent.
He does, and it's still tonally, you know.
I know. We're all tired. She looks over at him. That's a 16 plus. It's a 16 plus 18, which makes it a
Woo!
24.
Yeah, 34. Yeah.
Fine, I'll give him up. You give me bacon, you give me the belly rubs.
As you say to your dire
No,
corgi.
just for an afternoon. Every time this man goes to visit his grandchildren.
Fine.
And every time you decide to be mean to them, that corgi is gonna boff you halfway across the room. Because he's huge. And she pets that big old dire corgi. Aren't you, buddy? Aren't you? Scratchy, 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 scratchy.
Foot immediately just starts stamping against the floor.
He's technically one of the older kids' children, like is their baby, but like they'll let them go for an afternoon. They've been trained. She looks over at Nick. And she looks over at the big copper dragon. Did you enjoy your meal, sir?
All rightly, yes, I did.
This
I know
small
I'm
halfling
saying
man will make-
alrightly a lot, but that's the lead in to get into the accent.
No, she puts her hand and she goes, "This is your engineer." And
Yes, hello.
if you will lead him down the hallway, she looks over at Ezekrin. You can take your food with you. Just lead him down the hallway to where that room is to create the ballista.
Fantastic.
And then Ben will send you home.
𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖓 is going to make her way over to Angel and the Gathering. Sorry to interrupt your fun. I do have something to ask and show you, Angel.
Go ahead and show me. I'm exhausted. I'm going to go sleep. What is the baby girl doing? What is the baby girl doing? Who to say? Who to say? Where is she? You're staring off into space.
V is going to show Angel the tablet she and Amira found. I'm curious what you make of such and if you have seen others like it.
I have a question. Seeing it, do I know what it is considering all the eyes?
Roll me a religion check. You have a
Okay.
fairly low DC, given your history.
An 18 plus 14 right now. Is
Yeah,
what I'm wearing
32.
right now.
That is a tablet of 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖊𝖓. It is an archaic tablet of 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓 at that. To the end that the tablet does not hold any text of any teachings of any sort, as much as it's more like a stamp just from the being. And this would be old enough to be probably around the time of the Sunrise Rebellion. If it's something like
It's a
this.
stamp. These are how he made his. This is how he took the world out of the space.
Yeah. You know that this tablet is not just a writing, but it is an anchor of his intention.
This is an anchor of. She relays it. This is an anchor of Meninda's intention to own the world, to protect it.
Yeah. Now,
To keep it
physically,
above
it
ground.
doesn't act as an anchor anymore, but back then, this was a physical manifestation of that act. And it still holds a lot of that power.
It can be rewritten in his original text and put in the same space and act as another anchor, which is my guess.
Yeah. It can be repurposed for the same thing. It can also... Something this old, this raw, and from this long ago is kind of malleable in what it can be used as.
I kind of would like to make one just to dedicate to him and put it in the space. If you could let me repeat this pattern.
Copying this down should be simple enough.
Angel's going to take and make an exact copy with amethyst. Actually, with the smoky quartz, like the one that he.
Okay.
Actually, I'd find a gray gem. Hold on, I want to see if there's another type of gray gem that would also look like him.
As onyx, there's a number of different things that would fit that bill. You have access to a lot at this point, so...
𝕲𝖓𝖓𝖓 said, did Angel share what it is? Does?
Yes, that it's an anchor to the space.
Yeah, back when it was created during the Sunrise Rebellion, when Meninda first arrived to kind of lay claim to Zaria, this was one of many things that was kind of like a physical manifested anchor of him literally laying claim to this plane of existence. And so it
She's gonna
acts
do
as
something.
a physical anchor of ownership. It no longer is that, as he's kind of permeated that through Zaria at this point, but that is what it was, and it still has some of that energy.
I see. Thank you, Angel, and good to know, and of course, if you'd like to make a copy, be my guest. Good to know it isn't a Velix item.
Yeah.
It would have taken this place from the Velix. She's going to create a copy in 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖘. I think it's 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖘. It's a gray gemstone, and she's also going to make another one in hematite.
Yeah. Notably, even as much as you try, it's not like 100% exact. There are elements to the indentations that no mortal tools seem to properly be able to emulate, but you get as close as you possibly fucking can.
She's going to close her eyes, and she's going to reach out to 𝕲𝖙𝖙𝖊𝖓. Help me make an anchor for you. She's never offered this for him.
Okay, interesting. Give me... This... this is kind of a divine... do you want to use... Well, words. I can words. Do you want to use your once a week, cosmic intervention for this?
I'm going to take 10 stones. And anytime we find a place like this, I'm going to place them in the ground and put them where they need to go.
Okay.
I'm
yeah.
going to let him lead me mentally where they need to go and have them delivered and put where they need to be.
Okay, understand. Each time you do that with these, it will be a use of a cosmic intervention. That said, go ahead and roll me that percentile if you would.
Joe, because he's tied to my magic right now, he's using my magic to survive.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, Angel feels more tired as it is right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is also still using an older aspect of his essence, effectively, to help anchor him. Hence the justification for the use of the cosmic intervention ability. So go ahead and roll that for me if you would. He's still going to get some benefits here.
It's a 19 plus 16. I'm going to use that plus 2 I usually get to use.
No, the cosmic intervention roll is a percentile roll.
Oh, okay, it's my percentile. I'm tired. You can tell.
Which again, you're targeting lower range, just like you would for divine intervention.
Does a flat 1 do anything?
Yeah, that's a success. You can't really get lower than that, so... Okay. And you anchor that here in Merkest?
No, I anchor it where she found the hole. I hand her back the piece to anchor it.
Okay, you hand it back to Venestra with everything magically already bound to it to anchor it back in that location.
Because she knows what they look like now, and it's allowing him to have a second chance to create a better anchor, considering before he didn't have a better chance.
Sure, yeah. In which case then, Venestra, since you've already been to that location, all you would need to do is use your walk ability and place it there. And 𝕲𝖙𝖙𝖊𝖓 would have an anchor placed back in that location, which might help re-strengthen him. So, yeah,
What
okay.
does it feel like? That was my question. Considering she's reaching out to him, she's never done this before.
Reaching out in that way to essentially kind of lash his essence to a physical object, which is kind of an inversion of what he had done to claim Zaria, right? And it's in an effort to strengthen his essence beyond what already was strong there in being a great old one. In that has been diminished. It's very weird. It's like... It's like a hyperfixation kind of rushes through your mind, almost melded with that overwhelming sensation of a panic attack as it drops into your stomach, loops through nausea, and then kind of spills back out of you as then it seems to latch on through something like a limb that seems to only get just a little tighter, a little stronger as you lurch out that connection. It feels like it's almost looking for something to get pinned to, like a strap on a tent looking to get pinned down with a python.
She hands it back to Venestra inside of a velvet box. Place that wherever you found the other one, because this one's stronger. It's giving him a chance to rewrite what he needed to write. He doesn't have as many followers as he used to. I'm guessing because they've been wiping them out. That's been my guess for a long time.
You're not wrong.
She looks over at Griffin. Are there any, like, temples to Menidna?
Temples to something that, by all rights, is a mass mind cult. Kinda, yeah.
Can you reach out to them for me? I'll make one of these once a week until we get this handled.
I'll give you one guess where it is.
On the island of Weird.
Yep, the 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓 archipelago.
Just send a letter out.
Where all the desperate chaos seem to gather.
Yes, but they can tell where I am. Because I'm helping him.
Yeah. They're weird. And they only answer with weird shit. So I'm not gonna send a raven, I'm not gonna send a pigeon, I'm not gonna send a fucking crow. I'm gonna send a goddamn little goddamn octopus that can fucking fly. So I gotta go ahead and pull on the Feywild to summon a goddamn familiar. Give me 2 seconds.
Thank you, bro. She looks over at Venestra. How was your day? My day was full of making delegate stuff. And I found out there's a woman that's going to send 1 billion messages for me. Of what happens when the 𝕲𝖊𝖓 people take uprising. My day was awful. It was funny at the end of it.
𝕲𝖓𝖓 said, "Interesting. I found this tablet. And then we helped Avery get into shape. Well, start such."
I'm exhausted. I can't wait for this war to be over. I can and I can't.
Tomorrow,
I can tell
Angel, we do need to handle the time hag.
I may or may not be going. Because time distortions aren't good for me with the babies. I think that Violet should be careful too because she's pregnant. And with what I'm pregnant with, I don't know if I need to be anything weird. She still has to give birth to what's Rumpelstiltskin's child, which means she doesn't know how much time needs to be altered for that. That was a question I was going to ask the DM. How much time needs to be altered for her to have his kid, considering what he is and how old he is?
That, based on what he is and based on, honestly, stories that you've read about him, seems to be less based on the motion of time and the natural development of the child and more on the actual impulses of the being himself. That baby will come out when he's ready.
With that said, she looks over at Venestra. She's like, I would love to talk strategy if you want to later this evening, but I also have to, She also opens up her phone and checks on Dragon Terror with her kids.
I will say, based on that,
dragon?
time distortion likely won't have an influence on when that kid comes out.
Okay, good. She looks over at her phone and basically is calling kids from Dragon Terror right now.
Mm.
Did we handle the big blue dragon?
A lot of emphatic nods from some of your kids. One of your kids has a blue scaled leg hanging out of its mouth.
I want the body. Bring it home. It's food.
They nod as the crystal silences.
I like the fact that the food fights back when you eat that. It helps a lot of nerve damage on the inside, too. She looks over at Venestra. There's so much going on. I just wish it wasn't fighting all over all of 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖊𝖓. Such a ridiculous war. Looks over to Griffin. This time, we're stomping them all out at least on this planet.
Yeah, understood.
Venestra, where did you find this tablet of 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖘? It's kind of cool, though. It's a relic of a long time past. I wonder how many there are. 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖊𝖘 reach used to be so big. He's not a nice person by any means, but just like
𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓 said, such is War Angel. V is going to pick 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓 up out of her shadow. As for where I found the tablet, somewhere. It's eldritch in location.
I hope the entire grouping of them isn't dead, though. That would explain why 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓𝖓's been so sad. Joe, how much has 𝕲𝖊𝖓𝖓's followers been decimated?
Being able to track their numbers, like any sort of entity that forms cults, is not really something that's accurate. You know that especially around the time of the Sunrise Rebellion, they were massive in number because, hey, this eldritch being just brought the fucking sun into existence. So, of course, naturally, it was a massive worship that exceeded even the presence of the gods that came with the sun, right? And since then, it steadily diminished into whispered about and forgotten corners of society, like anything like 𝕲𝖓𝖓 naturally should when it comes to the grand scale of existence.
Pay homage to 𝕲𝖓𝖓𝖓 sometimes.
Not that is cited in any religious text, not that is noted in any official teaching. You would know that the god privately, given that you've seen him stomping about Merkest, has some things that he does in homage to the being, but it's nothing that is acknowledged on a massive scale.
What would happen if he was acknowledged as the person who helped the god bring the sun?
Depends. The type of worship that is applied to something can change the nature of what it is, right? So it is... It's a careful balance of, do you want to disrupt 𝕲𝖓𝖓𝖓 being a great old one and turn him into something else? That may screw with some things.
What if you wrote the story as a great old one and a god wanted to bring the sun to the world?
Even still, something that is by its nature kind of like an unknowable corner of your psyche, which is what great old ones kind of embody. Having such a direct positive intention on a public basis could change perception and thereby extension. Also change how 𝕲𝖓𝖓𝖓 even operates.
Wouldn't
It's
that be
a
a good
little
thing?
weird.
He's the collector.
good is relative with that, because it's very much kind of like the quantum mechanics of like a thing will change once it's observed, and that's having something like 𝕲𝖙𝖙𝖊𝖓 suddenly observed on a mass scale, and that would involve changing it. And 𝕲𝖙𝖙𝖊𝖓 at his most powerful was observed not quite like a god, though, and this would be putting him on the same pedestal as a god, which would be a different way of than he'd ever been observed. So what kind of change would that create? It's a question of like, is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? It's an unknown.
What if you use him as the dark to the light?
That's kind of already Alara's role to Arlian.
Angel's thinking about writing a gnome tome about 𝕲𝖙𝖊𝖓.
Which that may be worth doing. That wouldn't en masse change 𝕲𝖙𝖊𝖓's operation, because those are encoded books.
They're children's stories.
Yeah.
But I think that's enough for today. I think that Angel's gonna probably talk with Benestra out of session. Some work plans.
Okay. And then otherwise, everybody is just going to go ahead and probably settle in and get their rest, I imagine?
Yes, but this is how she's going to go over at Nick. Hey, Nick.
Yes, love it.
Uppies.
Uppies.
Uppies, please.
Uppies,
Uppies.
okay. Off to bed we go. In which case, then, you all get your long rest for the night if there were any resources of any kind expended.
That's after Vanessa and I talk for a while. So,
Yeah.
uppies.
You all get your long rest for the night. Any resources utilized, expended. And next session will be the 6th of 𝕲𝖓. And as you mentioned, you want to do some out-of-session conversations. That's I'm more than happy to do.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and see about somebody to raid. And just as well, what do we want to title the session here?
Vinestra said, and knock on wood. Everyone's feeling good next week for said time hag beat down.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Sleepy.
Also, today was an unusual day. It was also a holiday, so not everybody was going to be available, as it is.
100%.
I'm just letting you know, Angel's gonna make a one of these these tablets for him out of every type of gray stone she can find.
Fair enough.
Also, I sent you some questions, Joe.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to go ahead and don't know specifically who to raid right now, so we're going to go ahead and raid we're going to raid a weird man that I have not really had an opportunity to raid myself, like ever. So we're going to raid Duty Beard, because why not?
He's a little bit louder than some people, so if it's too loud for you,
we're going to be
find something else.
We'll be going from a very docile environment to a fairly loud one.
No, don't do it, Joe. Don't
Let's
do
not
it,
do
Joe.
that? Okay.
Don't.
Okay, we'll go right below that. We'll raid Orc Skull. He's busy doing, looks like, some more D&D stuff. He's currently, looks like, away from his chair, but his players are very busy talking amongst themselves at the moment. Doing a campaign called 𝕲𝖊𝖓 Tales, session 54. And again, what do we want to name the session before we kick things off here?
Booty.
Booty?
I'm tired.
Okay.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa!
Vinestra said timely training.
You know what? I'm not mad at